Pleasure to welcome you back to the second and last day of the forum. My name is Jae Jung, and I will guide you through once again to the very end of today's forum. Yesterday, under the theme of global progress, partnerships, and institutional change, we discussed the experiences and lessons learned from the anti corruption technical assistance partnerships, how do anti corruption reforms revolve beyond legal and institutional frameworks into sustained behavioral changes, and the role of the private sector as a key actor in advancing transparency, accountability, and sustainable growth within inclusive integrity ecosystems. Today, under the theme of emerging challenges, inclusive ecosystems, and future action, we will examine the opportunities and risks that digital transformation and artificial intelligence present for anti corruption efforts and discuss priorities for the next phase of international cooperation. To begin today's program, we will open with session 4, Harnessing AI and Digital Technologies, Opportunities and Safeguards for Transparent and Accountable Governance. This session will consist of presentations followed by a panel discussion and a question and answer session. So during the Q&A session, participants wishing to ask a question are kindly invited to raise their hands and our staff will deliver the microphone. Now, as I introduce each of our moderators, speakers, and panelists to make their up to the stage. Let me invite our moderator first, Mr. Kang Min Sung, Assistant Professor of Kyunghee University. You can come up to the stage and please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Let me invite Mr. Lee Dong-il, Assistant Professor of KDI School of Public Policy and Management. Mr. Choi Yong-jeon, President of Korea Anti-Corruption Law Association. Mr. Anga Timil Sena, Global Program Advisor on Anti-Corruption of UNDP. Mr. Hong Jung-gi, Digital and AI Procurement Management Division of Public Procurement Service of Korea. Mr. Azaya Ganbold, Head of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy Implement Department of Chief Commissioner, Mongolia. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Behzur Nabiev, Inspector of the Department for the Implementation of the Compliance Control System of Anti-Corruption Agency from Uzbekistan. Next, I'd like to invite our panelists, Mr. Nodir Angmalzoda, Head of Department, Agency for State Financial Control and Combating Corruption of the Republic of Tajikistan. Let me invite Ms. Mele Mangesi, Executive Director of Tonga Anti-Corruption Commission. And for last, I'd like to invite Mr. Kelvin Siwala, Director of Corruption Prevention of Anti-Corruption Commission of Zambia. Now I have invited all our moderators, speakers, and panelists up to the stage, and let me hand over the microphone to our moderator. Now the floor is yours.
All right, welcome to my bad, sorry. Welcome to the second day of the International Anti-Corruption Forum today, which is hosted by ACRC of Korea and the UNDP Seoul Policy Center. Good morning. All right, my name is Michael Kang. I'm an assistant professor at Kyunghee University, and I will be moderating this lovely session from the morning. And the topic for session 4 is AI and digital technologies. So these tools can make government more transparent and help citizens engage, but they can also create new corruption risks and harm rights. So the important question that we want to address during the session is whether to use, it's not about whether to use those technologies, but how to better use them with the right safeguards. And by the end of today's session, we want to have two things, which are about the three major opportunities and the three major safeguards that we can use for the better use of the technologies. And all right, so we do have six lovely presentations and the three panel discussions from around the world. And I think that's quite a lot in 90 minutes. So my role as a moderator is to keeping the time, and the time is very important for today's session because I really want to open the flow, the session to the floor right after we get all the voices from the panel. So I'll be a little bit strict, and please forgive me in advance when it comes to the timekeeping. All right, that's it from me. So let's begin, and our first speaker is Professor Dong-il Lee from the KDI School, and he will be presenting on AI-empowered clean society. So Professor Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Michael Min-sung Kang. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dong-il Lee. I'm an assistant professor at KDI School of Public Policy and Management. I'm very glad to be part of this wonderful panel, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussion we're going to have. And today, I will present our work on electronic payroll system and intra-civil service corruption. And this is a joint work with Eric Mboukie from Duke and Narcisse Changom from Leisure in Luxembourg and Christelle Choupet from the University of Clermont-Auvergne in France. So this is the motivation behind our research project. So when we think about corruption in developing countries, we usually think about public officials, they targeting ordinary citizens, trying to get some, bribes and some, right? I think we believe that the more important problem comes from the corruption within the civil service. So it turns out that these frontline workers, like police officers and health workers, teachers, they also get exploited by their superiors and accountants, right? So if the corruption is rampant within the civil service, then that can be maybe a bigger problem. This is the root cause of the corruption, because when we think about these public officers, we tend to think that they are corrupt, they are dishonest, but actually they are engaging in those corruptive behaviors because they're also the victims of corruption within the government, right? So there are many anecdotal evidence regarding this within civil service corruption. So sometimes civil servants, they don't get to receive what they are entitled to receive, right? They are entitled to receive 100, but they actually end up receiving only 60 or 70, right? That's unauthorized salary deduction. Another type of corruption in this realm is bribery, right? So civil servants, they have to pay bribes so that they can receive a full amount of their salary in a timely manner, or sometimes outright embezzlement of their salaries, right? So this type of payroll leakage is a significant problem, right? This will have a negative impacts on the moral and motivation of civil servants, will decrease the performance of public service delivery, but also, in the long run sense, it will hinder talent recruitments, right? So effective compensation is really low, right? Because their salary is being taken away. So it's going to be much harder for the government to actually recruit high quality civil servants, right? So our question is, can an e-governance reform, switching from manual disbursement of salary to direct bank deposits, can it curb intra-civil service corruption? That's our key research question. So here's our the summary of our research project. So we studied this question in the context of a nationwide reform in the DR Congo, transitioning public salary disbursement from cash to electronic transfer in 2011. So using nearly nationally representative survey of more than 2,000 civil servants in the DR Congo, we find two main results. First, we document a widespread intra-civil service corruption. about 40% of our respondents, they experienced some form of salary-related misconduct. And the second finding that we have is that this reform was highly successful. The size of the effect was basically 21 to 26 percentage points reduction in corruption likelihood. So the key takeaway is that the electronic payroll system can decrease the payroll-related misconducts within government. So let me briefly talk about the payroll reform that took place in the DR Congo in 2011. So collaborating with the World Bank, the DRC government launched a reform to shift salary payments from cash to direct bank transfers. So the rollout was incremental and incentivized, leading to reaching about 1 million civil servants enrolling up for this system by 2013. So as you can see in this graph, before the reform, there were no too few civil servants who were receiving their salaries through direct bank deposits. But you can see after 2011, the number skyrocketed, right? And by the late 20s, almost all civil servants in the DR Congo were receiving their salary through direct bank deposits. So basically, the effect of this reform was eliminating intermediaries along the disbursement process, right? So if you take a look at this before banking reform, right, you can see that there were many layers of intermediaries, right, from the central government to individual civil servants, right? But after the reform, basically, civil servants, they get the salary directly from the government, right? There's no intermediary, right? That means there will be significantly low risks of, salary-related misconducts within the civil service. So we have anecdotal evidence suggesting that this reform was highly successful, right? So this was then Minister of Budget who were responsible for this reform, Daniel Bukoko Samba, and he said there were salary deductions of 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 Congolese francs. In some regions, we are even talking about 30,000 per salary. So someone whose salary was 75,000 was being paid only 40,000, 45K. That person who is being paid today via his electronic account has seen his income increase by almost 100%. There are people we've seen crying in villages. They didn't believe that this was their salary, right? So we went out to the field and collected this massive number of survey data. And then we have some evidence that this reform was highly successful, right? So this is just a descriptive stat. And we found out that this type of intra-civil service corruption is rampant. Roughly 40% of respondents said that they experienced some form of salary-related misconducts. And salary deduction is the most common type of abuses, right? And also, we find that about 30% point decrease in before-after comparison in terms of the intra-civil service corruption, right? So here's our main finding. So using nearly national representative survey of more than 2,000 civil servants in the DR Congo, we find out that this reform decreased the corruption likelihood by 21 to 26 percentage points. And we also find that early adopters, they experienced 6 to 14% points larger reduction relative to late adopters. And the key mechanism is fewer intermediaries, a smaller number of superiors and accountants who were involved in this disbursement process. And we believe that this led to declines, especially in salary deductions. But also we learned that there was a short-term backlash. So early adopters of this electronic payroll system, they faced a higher likelihood of a forced transfer, meaning that they were forcefully transferred to other offices and agencies. And we think that this was a strategic responses of superiors. They were trying to find easier preys, basically, who are not still opting to this electronic system. So let me wrap up my presentation here. So all in all, we document the promises and pitfalls of using conventional technology like direct bank deposits in a low state capacity setting, On one hand, we still see some limits, right? This reform did not fully eradicate existing within civil service corruption, and we also documented that the kind of like short-term backlash by superiors and accountants. But on the other hand, we see that overall, this was a highly successful reform that put a stop and that actually curbed within civil corruption, exploitation by fellow civil servants, right? So I will stop here, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for for your presentations, Professor Lee. And then we would like to have President Choi's talk about right-based and human-centered digital governance. And the talk will be delivered in Korean, so please use your translators for English only speakers. So 네, 시작해 주시겠어요?
안녕하십니까.
Good morning, everyone. I am Choi Young-jeon, professor at Daejin University. I'm also president of the Korean Anti-Corruption Law Association. I would first like to express my gratitude to all of you for your dedication to anti-corruption activities. I would also like to express my gratitude to Chairperson Chung Il-yeon of ACRC, as well as An Yupener, director of the UNDP Seoul Policy Center. The Korea Anti-Corruption Law Association was established in 2018 to promote integrity and transparency in our society by engaging in policy and research discussions. We will soon celebrate the 10th anniversary of the association, and it is my great pleasure to be participating in this meaningful forum. Since 1990s, we have seen much progress in anti-corruption movements, and back in 1997, after the Asian financial crisis, Korea introduced world-class standards and improved our awareness on corruption issues. And now we're living in the AI era. We're standing at another turning point. And I hope that this forum will serve as an opportunity for participants from Korea and from partner countries to engage in reforming our institutional frameworks that will befit the new era. Now, I'd like to discuss safeguards against corruption in the AI era. You can see that the slides are in English. Today, I'd like to discuss the types of safeguards that we may need to stay against corruption in the AI era. There is one key question. Is AI our helpful tool to fight corruption, or whether AI will facilitate increase in corruption? So this is a very important question. And the issue here is not whether we're going to use AI or not, but rather under what legal conditions we're going to allow the adoption of AI. There are two sides to the adoption of AI when it comes to combating corruption. First of all, AI may help us prevent corruption. In the past, when corruption happened, we took reactive measures. But now, with the use of AI, when it comes to finance, procurement, and audit, AI can analyze these types of data to prevent conflict of interest and other potential corruption risks and provide us with early warning. Second, on the other hand, AI can pose structural risks. Algorithms may become opaque, and if there's lack of accountability, then AI may not expose corruption, but rather end up hiding corruption. Therefore, the key message of the slide is that tech adoption will not be guaranteed with legitimacy, but we will only be able to guarantee legitimacy when we have a proper set of legal conditions put in place. There are many benefits of using AI, including early corruption risk detection and responses. As you may know, AI is able to process large amounts of administrative data to detect anomalies in patterns. Procurement, permitting, finance, and other types of public data can be utilized for analysis to see if there are any potential collusion risks, conflicts of interests, and repeat award patterns. In Italy and in Brazil and in the UK, you can find actual cases where they used AI to detect anomalies and prevent potential corruption. However, we also need to remember that AI should not replace the judgment of humans, but rather AI should be used as supplementary infrastructure and tool to give us signals and flagging. We need to be careful about managing false positives and false negatives and to ensure transparent model validation. Second, we can utilize AI for transparency, information disclosure, and citizen participation. When we combine AI with blockchain technology in corruption prone areas, we can increase transaction transparency and improve openness and auditability. For instance, public ledgers can be made open, and we can use AI to prevent any false transactions. In Ukraine, in the Philippines, and in Brazil, there are actual cases where AI was able to use AI was able to be used to prevent corruption in public transactions. Also, blockchain technology can turn confidential data into a set of data that people can access without potential altercation. And second, I like to talk about the risk of algorithmic corruption, which is a form of invisible corruption. In the past, we had visible corruption practices that we were able to check. However, in the AI era, corruption may become more invisible because of changes in bid evaluation weights, training data selection, or model designs. There may be biases embedded. For instance, particular training data may include a particular set of data in an inappropriate manner. And if such situations occur, then certain companies may benefit from the algorithmic calculations. People may think that these algorithmic calculations are objective numbers, but there may be biases embedded in these algorithms, and it is very difficult to validate any potential bias in these types of algorithms. So we need to make sure that there's traceability and auditability in algorithm design. The second risk is related to concentrated surveillance power and the crisis of evidence integrity. When we use anti-corruption systems using AI, they will be used for public procurement, financial transactions, public officials' asset declaration, and petitions and welfare. AI surveillance systems will be able to access all types of these data, which means that there may be the potential concentration of surveillance power in a few number of systems, and this may lead to lack of integrity in system operation. And there are risks of data poisoning, and adversarial input, and deep fakes, and model theft that can neutralize detection systems or undermine evidence integrity. Therefore, opaqueness of AI algorithms and lack of cybersecurity may lead to greater corruption risks. Therefore, in using AI for anti-corruption activities, we need to make sure that accountability is embedded from the very beginning. Then, what kinds of responses do we need to take? I like to propose three types of safeguards. First, transparency and explainability. In other words, we need to be able to secure explainability as to where such and such data came from, and post ex post review of data lineage and variability and weights and so on need to be reviewed. Second, coherence across laws is necessary. We have a number of laws and regulations, including the anti corruption law, but also other types of laws such as data protection law and conflict of interest law. These laws need to be integrated in a more comprehensive manner. The third safeguard is cooperative governance. We have the ACRC and the Audit Board, as well as local governments and the Public Procurement Office, private sector, civil society organizations, all of these stakeholders need to participate together in promoting cooperative governance. So AI is no longer our option, but it is about ensuring legal conditions so that we will have proper legal conditions for AI adoption in anti-corruption activities. In short, there's a question of whether AI will be a useful tool or whether AI will worsen corruption. It is very much up to the government and the country's decision. In the AI era, anti corruption is not just a matter of technology adoption, but it is more of a constitutional control and institutional design. So, my final message is that we need to have democratic legitimacy and accountability, and these need to be put in place first. Even though AI may give you accurate answers, if there's no explainability, if there's no transparency, this will not guarantee public trust. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you so much for your concerns about the challenges of the AI, and thank you so much for suggesting the safeguards about how we could better use for the AI. And then we'd like to have Mr. Timosina, and we'd like to get your insights about the global landscape, about the AI and anti-corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kang, and good morning, everyone. By now, you might be tired of hearing us, but you have no choice. But we are also coming to the end. We only have one more session to go. Just a disclaimer. I am not a data scientist, neither a data scientist nor an algorithm expert, but I am an anti-corruption expert who have participated at least 20 of these panel discussions during last 2 years. And I was in 5 panel discussions at the Conference of the State Parties on AI, and we also organized 2 ourselves. But as an anti-corruption practitioner, we also need to be very vigilant, given that there is estimated or projected 3 trillion investment in data center right now. Overall AI impact in terms of monies is going to be almost 15 trillion, 16 trillion in next 5-6 years. So in today's presentation, I will try to share with you some lessons learned from 2 flagship knowledge products of UNDP. Actually, my interest in AI increased in 2021. This is the publication we had, which I edited, New Technology for Sustainable Development. We looked into 3 typologies of new technologies. Of course, the AI, the artificial intelligence. The second one is blockchain and the distributed ledger mentioned earlier by the professor. And the third category is big data analytics, the cloud, kind of technologies. And then now we are working on a real world application of artificial intelligence. What does it mean for anti-corruption perspective? But overall, when we look at, the artificial intelligence movement itself, I usually classify that into 3 main strands. The first strand of discussion was focusing on the transformative potential of AI. Everyone is talking about, AI has significant potential to drive sustainable development, from energy to sustainability to biodiversity and environment, the healthcare, education, from audit to tax issue, finance management, you name it. So there is this huge the significant level of transformative power, and is one of the the AI experts in the world, Andrew Ng, famously said, artificial intelligence is the new electricity. So how the electricity has changed the world is going to change the world as a foundation for the 4th industrial revolution in the world. Then the second strand of discussion on AI was on governance of AI. You know, how AI can be misused, how AI can be regulated. Yesterday, Daniel Kaufman mentioned the unprecedented power of all these AI companies and so on, and that might even replace what do we mean by state. You know, the role of state versus the role of these companies even to influence elections, outcome to anything in the world. You know, the way the algorithm is written and so on. So yeah, that's the regulation part. The third part, you know, wherever we go these days, you know, many anti-corruption agency colleagues around the world always ask me, you know, Anga, do you know any AI tools we can use in our agency? Do you know any agency from Lithuania to Malaysia to anywhere? You know, the Brazilian are famous. They have so many AI tools named after women, by the way. Maybe they thought women are more smarter than men. And there are many of these tools in use, but there is little knowledge transfer among anti-corruption practitioners about what these tools mean and how they are used, how much they cost in terms of money and so on. But overall, when we look at the, you know, the risk side of digital transformation of AI and so on, and we see huge digital divide here. Nearly 1 in 3 people still lack access to internet globally, and now we are in AI revolution. So we published, UNDP published a recent report on the divergence, you know, and it's going to be unprecedented divergence with this AI amplification in next 5 to 10 years if we have a digital divide like this. The global south will left behind. Whoever is, you know, jumping into this thing or have investment might benefit. And then we have limited investment in local AI ecosystem, particularly in many developing countries. So we do have digital divide that is going to amplify inequality, which is already bad in terms of, I mean the digital divide aspect of inequality. And even in terms of the economic impact generated by AI, we expect only about 1.7 trillion out of 15.7 trillion to go to the south. So yeah, so this is a huge development issue as a development agency like UNDP and others. And overall, you know, we see 2 scenarios. The optimistic scenario is, of course, we could have equitable AI benefiting all. The another path is, as I mentioned, exacerbating digital divide. And on AI, we have our UNDP's Digital AI and Innovation Hub, which provides a lot of information. Please go there. And on AI, corruption and anti-corruption, it was already mentioned by previous speakers that it has an unprecedented power to analyze large amount of data we can use for early warning system to detect and prevent you know, anomalies and so on. And it has power to you know, predict corruption, allow us to take preemptive measures and so on. But at the same time, it can be misused for corrupt activities. The prefed design can even impact election and so on. There is complexity of black box algorithm. You know, people usually say, you know, what goes in, I mean, you know, if we have a bad data, the outcome will be bad as well. So yeah, and then the regulation part, there is a lot of catch up by the public sector to do. Private sector is way ahead than public sector, and there are not that many laws like EU framework law to even govern this thing. So on the positive side, AI adoption in public sector is unfolding a fast evolving landscape worldwide. We mapped out 130 use cases, and 60 use cases are already in use. From public procurement, justice, finance, healthcare, election monitoring, cybersecurity, welfare, communication, and so on. And we will launch this report during the UN General Assembly this year. And you can see even countries from South, you know, both developed and developing countries are already using it. And I was chatting with our Malaysian colleagues there, and they are already using in their agency as well. So now these are the major findings in 2 minutes. Public procurement is clearly a winner. We saw like almost 20% used in public procurement globally, all these out of 130 tools. And there is also greater recognition that among anti-corruption agency people that we need to do more in order to make the best use of these tools, to detect, to predict, to investigate, and so on. And overall, a lot of experimentation is going on, like ANAC from Italy actually used at least 15, 18 AI tools during last 2 years, but now they are just using 2. There is a lot of experimentation also going on. But overall, information is dispersed, it's uneven and often outdated. If you really want to look at like Brazil's this tool, there is not that much information. And Andrew Ng mentioned that there is a proof of concept to production gap. There is a lot of gap between proof of concept and production overall. And in terms of challenges, we have challenges regarding technology, institution, organization, regulation, society, ethics, and so on. I don't want to go into detail, but these are just 4 points I would like to highlight. We need a stronger synergies between national digital and AI strategy and national anti-corruption strategies. There is huge gap. The second point I would like to emphasize is we need sustained investment, in AI. It's not like we just bring one AI, adopt from Brazil and then just leave it. There has to be a lot of, experimentation and so on. And there is need to clearly define objective, why we are using this AI initiative versus that AI initiative. And the human verification is most important. I was reading this morning one article by Yoon Lee Kun. He's also one of the world, famous AI person, and he said, we don't have robots that are nearly as good at understanding the physical world as a rat. So don't afraid of, artificial intelligence. So they are not even, as intelligent as a rat to understand the complex problem, the physical presence, and so on. But it is human being who will use and misuse AI tools. With this, thank you, everyone, for listening.
All right. Thank you so much for your insights for how about the global practices and how UN and UNDP is supporting the use of AI and technologies. So that's a good connection to the next section because our two further presentations are about the practices. But before moving on, let me recap the sessions before we are moving on to the practice cases from the real words. So Professor Lee enlightened us on the opportunities of using technologies and artificial intelligences in combating corruptions. And President Choi reminded us about the safeguards and we need more of the democratic systems to better use of the technologies. And Mr. Timursina put in all into the global picture, and we got a lot of insights. And Mr. Timursina talked about the public procurement. So that's a good opportunity to connect to the next presentations. So now we'd like to move on to the practice from 3 country cases. And as you listen, please keep in one question in mind, that which safeguard makes this case trustworthy? So our first case is from the Public Procurement Service of Korea, and Mr. Hong, the floor is yours. 네, 홍정기 과장님, 네, 시작해 주십시오.
예, 안녕하십니까? 저는 대한민국
Good morning, everyone. I am Hong Jung-gi, Digital and AI Procurement Management Division Director at the Public Procurement Service of Korea. Now, in my presentation, I'd like to introduce to you Korea's e-procurement system, or KONEPS. So, KONEPS is the name of our e-procurement system.
먼저 나라장터가 어떤 시스템인지
First, I'd like to give you a brief introduction to our KONEPS system.
나라장터는 2002년
In
대한민국
2002,
11대 과제 중 하나로 구축되었습니다.
KONEPS was established as one of the 11 key initiatives of e-government program in Korea, and you can understand this as a platform, a comprehensive platform for public procurement. All biddings need to be uploaded on KONEPS. So companies in Korea can log in to KONEPS and they can see the list of all bidding information. So with one click and one registration, any company in Korea can participate in public bidding process. So this has brought about huge change in the procurement process. Everything is recorded and a lot of information is disclosed online. So you can see that there's a lot of convenience and efficiency. And many complicated processes based on paper documents became digitalized. So the overall efficiency has improved dramatically. And in January this year, we were able to overhaul the KONEPS. So we opened the next generation KONEPS in 2025. Next, let's take a look at the status of KONEPS utilization. On an annual basis, we have about $159 billion of public procurement, which is a volume, and KONEPS accounts for 61% of the total procurement volume, which is about $97 billion. We have more than 75,000 public organizations registered, and more than 634,000 suppliers are using the system. The number of participations is more than 40 million, and 275,000 electronic bidding processes were carried out. 1.24 million electronic contracts were signed. And we now have more than 235 institutions and companies connected and integrated to the KONEPS system. So KONEPS offers one-stop processing for the entire process thanks to the integration with 235 external institutions, including government agencies, guarantee companies, authentication and accreditation companies, as well as other associations. In the past, companies had to submit papers and documents to multiple places, but now this is a one-stop processing that guarantees efficiency and transparency. Now, I'd like to discuss the kinds of measures we took to promote stability and reliability. Stability is critical in earning public trust in the public procurement process. The next generation KONEPS was opened last year. This is based on the cloud. At the end of each year, there is an increase in the number of biddings and processes, so there was an overload that we experienced in the past. But now we are operating on the cloud basis, so there is more flexibility in resource allocation. Therefore, we were able to reduce any failure due to overload issues. And so this overload issue was resolved completely. And there are also several measures that we put in place for stable operation. We have the redundancy setups for servers, networks, and firewalls. So if there's any malfunction in one part of the system, still KONEPS will continue to operate as normal. And we also have the backup center available within 4 hours in case of disaster. Currently, we are using the active standby method, but we're going to implement the active mode starting from next year. So there is no need for migration at all. Even if there's a failure, there will be no disruption to service provision. Now, we also have 24/7 monitoring system, and if there is any error, then we have put in place systems and procedures to ensure that the deadline will be automatically extended if there is an error in the bidding process. Now, I'd like to move on to lessons for replication that we are implementing to enhance transparency and integrity. First of all, we promote transparent information disclosure. For any bid that is the size of a threshold, then specifications need to be disclosed at least 5 days before the bidding start date. So companies can offer their feedback and input to prevent unfair specifications designed to favor particular companies. Also, tender notices and contract information need to be disclosed without exceptions. Of course, there are some minimal exceptions prescribed by law. We also have the procurement data hub operation, and this hub provides procurement data and statistics. And we also provide an open API system so external systems can access our CONEP system using an open API. Second, we're working to ensure integrity in our database. There are many different documents to be submitted by the bidders, and they are connected with 235 external agencies. So key supporting documents are provided to the CONEPs directly, which means that there's no potential risk of physical document forgery at the source. And bidding information include sensitive information such as price, and bidding information is in the format of warm storage, meaning write once but read many. Once it is written, there's no way of altering data, which is a way to guarantee technical data integrity. We also understand that blockchain has a potential, but we know that there are some high traffic peaks, so we decided to use warm storage instead of blockchain for these reasons. Finally, I'd like to talk about leveraging data analytics and AI adoption. First of all, we've been doing bid collusion statistical analysis. We analyze key indicators such as the number of participating bidders, winning bid rates, and repetitive joint participation history of specific groups, and we flag suspicious bids with risk scores of 80 or higher, and after review by contract officers, it will be referred to the Korea Fair Trade Commission. Second, we have been operating the evaluation committee management system. We have more than 10,000 experts for PPS pool, and I am one of them. And algorithm-based selection of optimal evaluators is done. And then we use automated interactive voice response to check whether these experts can participate in the bidding evaluation process. And finally, AI-powered monitoring of tender notices issued by procuring entities. This is in progress. PPS has authority to recommend changes to tender notices issued by procuring entities. We use AI to monitor and analyze independently drafted tender notices and contract terms. So we are able to focus on reviewing high-risk suspicious tenders through pre-screening utilizing AI. Digital technology is not just a tool for automation, but digital technology can serve to contribute to enhancing efficiency and transparency. Technology will not replace human experts, but rather it will help us utilize our limited administrative resources and manpower in a more efficient manner. Going forward, the Public Procurement Service of Korea will continue to utilize data and AI and digital technology to enhance integrity and transparency. I hope that my presentation was a useful insight for all of you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hong, for talking about the practices that how AI or the technologies are used for the public procurement sector. And then we'd like to have the next practices from Mongolia, and the presentations will be done by Mr. Ganvold and Ms. Ariuna Tumurutogu. So you ready?
Нэг. За энэхүү олон улсын арга хэмжээнд өрж оролцож байгаа Солонгосын талын таланд талархал илэрхийлье.
Okay, first of all, thank you for all the organizers, especially ACRC and UNDP Salt Policy Center. And cognizant of time, on behalf of Mr. Adzaya Gambold, I will be presenting directly. you. So first of all, I would like to touch upon briefly on the mandate and functions of the Independent Authority Against Corruption of Mongolia. It's a special independent government body responsible for raising public awareness and educating public about anti-corruption, carrying out corruption preventive activities, and conducting undercover operations, inquiries, and investigations to detect corruption-related crimes, and reviewing and inspecting the asset and income declaration of individual as required by the law. So the agency's mission is to raise prosperity through fighting corruption and promoting justice, and vision is to be a trusted institution that upholds justice and earns the confidence of citizens. So just briefly mentioned its mandate. It has following functions: to organize corruption prevention and public awareness activities, and register, store, inspect declarations of personal interest in income and assets, and conduct intelligence gathering inquiries and investigations to detect corruption-related crimes. So just to briefly show the organizational structure, we have this general director and deputy general director, and there are 7 departments, each having a small or also units underneath. So as you can see on the screen, there is a prevention and public awareness department, and administration one, inspection and analysis, and investigation department, and the National Anti-Corruption Strategy Implementation Department, to which Mr. Atsai Rambal belongs to. He is the head of that department, and operation department, and the research and analysis division. The project was closely also worked on with the research and analysis division and its anti-corruption strategy implementation department. So this Independent Authority Against Corruption was established in 2006. So they're marking its 20th anniversary next week, actually, and organizing also similar events in Mongolia. So the HSA has been operating anti-corruption hotline since 27. So basically, the handling, receiving complaints was heavily paper-based, and the agency sought a strong model for domestic replication and identified Korean's clean portal as a best practice. So just now, for the context on why the purpose of the collaboration under the SDG partnership program was to update and strengthen the existing system using a systems design approach based on the ACR's digital reporting system called Clean Portal, using it as a reference point and utilizing ACR's advisory services. So for that, first we need to do the conduct a needs assessment to compare whether the 2 organizations' functions and mandates match, if there's any gap, and then if it's possible to replicate Clean Portal. So we have identified some similarities, but also the differences. So through the project, we aim to address this incoherent system of reporting and duplication of reporting on corruption, and transitioning from paper-based to the full digital procedure, if possible, and raise public awareness on reporting corruption and conflict of interest through the channels. So the expected outcome from this partnership was to have integrated system, informing decisions, critical thinking, and increasing public awareness, encouraging to report the conflict-related cases, and full digitalization if possible. So thanks to the project, we have the anti-corruption agency actually increased the hotline, because as you can see on the screen, the picture. Okay, this. can't really point it any. So they're very on the right bottom side, I mean the right upper side, there was only one room and one person handling this call, but through the project, the agency itself increased its personnel to 1 to 4 personnel handling the cases, and refurbish the room so they can now work in full capacity. And as a result, the workload of handling the cases was reduced by 30% because the data management was improved. In addition, the internal registration system was updated and integrated with this call center, basically the previous hotline center. So it enabled the case consolidation and reducing duplication and improving efficiency. The response time was actually increased by 20-30% compared to the previous year. And it was also, the agency was able to improve early stage filtering through this more efficient distribution of cases to internal units and external agencies. And they were able to basically filter the similar types of cases into, sections, and enabled identification of high-risk activities, roles, and sectors. So it's supported by a better resource allocation and priority setting. And also added gender disaggregated data was integrated into this newly updated dashboard, because previously it was only based on paper and handling and manually. So now there is a new follow-up initiatives being piloted to address root causes and prevent recurrence of reported issues. As lessons learned and suggestions, we conclude that the partnership program was very effective, that it was enabled the agency to reducing workload across internal units and eliminated duplicate handling of similar complaints. And partial digitalization achieved, we would say, because due to the organizational different functions, and we were able to improve those integration system, but of course further improvements need to be matched to full system capability. So important lessons learned, the peer-to-peer learning was very crucial to enabling adoption of efficient methods toward the shared goal. And then ACRC's online interaction with the agency and UNDP colleagues provided valuable insights for national counterparts. And also this, we are also able to produce 6 engaging video produced with fresh design and a stronger audience impact, because we used to have videos, of course, on hotline or corruption reporting cases, but this time we had more fresh, was ending with positive notes. And then there are still some spaces for the agency to enhance this all-call program with AI integration and continue progressing toward full and secure digitalization, taking note of the other panelists that we must use AI, but with the proper legislation and accuracy, and integrate systems with other government databases to strengthen case handling and reporting effectiveness. That's the spaces that agency is aiming to also improve. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ganvold and Ms. Tumuru Togu from let us understanding about the cases from Mongolia, and then I'd like to have our final practice session from Mr. Naviev from the Uzbekistan. So, Mr. Naviev, the floor is yours.
Thank you a lot. It's my great pleasure to present Uzbekistan's experience in applying digital technologies to prevent and combat corruption. Today, I will introduce the Anti-Corruption electronic platform, which has become one of the key digital instruments supporting integrity, transparency, and accountability in public administration. During this presentation, I will briefly explain the platform's main functions, its practical achievements, the corruption risk assessment mechanisms, the lesson we have learned, and our priorities for future development and international cooperation. The Anti-Corruption electronic platforms was launched in 2022 as a part of Uzbekistan comprehensive and anti-corruption reforms aimed at digitalizing integrity mechanisms within the public sector. The primary objective of the platforms is to enhance transparency, openness, and accountability across state bodies and organizations through digital solutions. Today, the platform operates in three main areas. The first is the rating-based assessment of the effectiveness of anti-corruption measures implemented by public institutions. The second focuses on identifying and assessing corruption risks in the functions and activities of state organizations. The third area involves detecting corruption risk based on complaints and appeals submitted by citizens through the platform. Therefore, the platform is not only a monitoring tool, but also an effective preventive mechanism that enables institutions to identify corruption risk before violations occur. Since its introduction, the platform has delivered several important achievements. First, state organizations are now assessed through a transparent and standardized rating system based on 5 case areas, 29 indicators. These indicators evaluate the existence of internal anti-corruption regulations, conflict of interest management, due diligence procedures, gift policies, reporting channels, and other integrity mechanisms. In addition, the platform has significantly strengthened internal compliance system and improved conflict of interest management across public institutions. As a result, public organizations have adopted a more systematic approach to preventing corruption while promoting integrity and accountability throughout the public administration system. Allow me to highlight some practical outcomes. For the 2025 assessment period, the anti-corruption performance of 128 state organizations was evaluated through the IAEA Anti-Corruption electron platforms. According to the result, 45 organizations received a good rating, 73 organizations were rated satisfactory, and 10 organizations were classified as unsatisfactory. Beyond these figures, the rating system has encouraged healthy competition among public institutions, motivated continuous improvement, and helped organizations identify weaknesses and implement corrective measures. Today, the assessment results serve as an important analytic tool for strengthening integrity across the public sector. Some institutions also require further development of digital skills and technical capacity. Another important challenge is maintaining high-quality data while ensuring cybersecurity and data protection. To address the issues, we continue investing in staff training, introducing unified data standards, and gradually implementing advanced digital and artificial intelligence solutions. Looking ahead, international cooperation remains essential. We believe that expanding the use of AI-based corruption risk detection tools will significantly improve preventive mechanisms. We also support the exchange of international best practices and stronger interoperability between government information system. FUSEMO joint training programs, capacity building initiatives, open data projects, and digital governance partnerships can contribute to building more transparent and accountable public institutions worldwide. In conclusion, the Anti-Corruption platform has become one of the key digital instruments supporting anti-corruption reforms in Uzbekistan. It has strengthened transparency, accountability, and preventive mechanisms throughout the public administration system. Since its launch in 2022, both the coverage and effectiveness of the platform has expanded considerably. We believe that Uzbekistan's experience may serve as a useful model for other countries pursuing digital transformation in anti-corruption governance. Our ultimate goal is to build a more transparent, efficient, and corruption-resistant public administration through modern digital technologies. Thank you for your attention.
All right. Thank you so much for having three practices and the cases from literally from the worldwide. So thank you, Mr. Hong, Mr. Ganbold, and Mr. Ms. Ariuna, and Mr. Nabiev. So we just got three cases about the challenges and opportunities of the artificial intelligences and the technologies. But I think there we got with one common lesson that all of the presenters just shared. So the opportunities and the challenges should be considered together, or the challenges might need to be considered first when it comes to the effective or democratic making a democratic systems. So now we'd like to hear more from our panel discussions from Tajikistan, from Tonga, and from Zambia. So each discussion will have 3 minutes, and after the discussions, I'd like to open the floor to all of you. And this is particularly because I think the session won't be complete without your voices. So please get your questions ready, and just say hello to the panelists. So, right. So Mr. Akmal Joda, let us get your insights for today's panel.
Okay, thank you. On behalf of the official delegation of Tajikistan, I extend our appreciation to the organizers for the hospitality and for facilitating this important platform for exchanging professional experience. We are confident that this event will further strengthen the mutually beneficial cooperation between our states and even regions. Since the early years of its independence, the government of Tajikistan has placed the fight against corruption among its highest national priorities. To date, Tajikistan has adopted 3 medium-term state anti-corruption programs and comprehensive action plans. To support these efforts, Tajikistan has established a robust institutional framework. This includes the National Anti-Corruption Council, public commissions of corruption prevention, and interagency working groups. The principal mandate of these bodies is the prevention of corruption, the elimination of its underlying cases, and the strengthening of integrity within public administration. Is addition a specialized outsourced body, the Agency for State Financial Control and Combating Corruption was established in 2007 to exercise financial control over the use of public funds and detect, suppress, and investigate corruption related offenses. In line with best international practice, one of the most effective contemporary instruments for achieving anti-corruption objectives is a digital transformation of public administration. In this context, within the framework of its anti-corruption strategy, Tajikistan is currently undertaking comprehensive reform measures aligned with international standards. By 2013, key sectors such as education, healthcare, energy, and public service delivery and expected to undergo full-scale digitalization to minimize direct human distraction and reduce corruption risks. Moreover, Tajikistan is introducing two Korean tools, namely establishment of a formal system for assessing the effectiveness of anti-corruption measures by state entities, as well as clean portal for the effective corruption reporting. At the same time, new legislation are currently being developed in the areas of conflict of interest regulation, corporative governance, and visibly protect to ensure greater transparency and accountability. In this regard, studying the Republic of Korea's advanced experience in the digitalization of anti-corruption governance and related legal framework is of great value for Tajikistan. Thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you so much for the opinions from Tajikistan. And Mr. Mangishi from Tonga, you lady? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. May I ask that where there's a lack of gender parity on this panel, is it likened to social corruption?
My bad. That's I have to say apologies for you are the one representing the female talk for the anti-corruption issues, and yeah.
But thank you, moderator, for the floor. Maloy Lele and greetings from the Kingdom of Tonga and from Tonga's Anti-Corruption Commission. So listening to today's discussion, one thing stands out very clearly, that technology is moving very quickly, but the foundations of good governance remain deeply human. At its heart, governance is still really about people, relationships, accountability, and trust. So just to give some context, I come from Tonga, a small Pacific island developing state, where there's 700 square kilometers of tiny islands scattered over 700,000 square kilometers of ocean. So that is 99.9% ocean and 0.1% land. But what does that mean? It means that I see the same people every day. So the person that you work with may also be your cousin, your neighbor, someone from church, or someone from your village. And as the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. Couldn't be any more true in Tonga. And much of the Pacific, from birth right all the way to the workforce, it's the same village. So this brings me to the point that there is a serious governance point behind it. Our culture of kinship, communal living, reciprocity, and connection is not a weakness, but is one of the more beautiful truths of the Pacific about unity and what helps communities recover after cyclones, support families in hardships, and hold people together across generations. So culture isn't the problem, it's the context. The challenge is, though, that to ensure our governance systems are strong enough to support integrity when relationships, loyalty, hierarchy, and social obligations make difficult conversations harder. Because in a small island state, identifying corruption risk is not always straightforward. A conflict of interest may not immediately look like a conflict of interest. It may simply look like a family interaction. A reluctance to report wrongdoing may not only come from fear, it may come from respect, loyalty, obligation, or concern for relationships. And that is why for Tonga, relationships are front and center. My commissioner often reminds us that we are not just an office, we are a relationship between the people and the law, striving together to improve integrity. So for us, this isn't just a quote, it's a lived reality. So when someone in Tonga thinks about reporting corruption, they are not always reporting a stranger or a faceless system or even just an incident. Often they are reporting a relationship. It may be someone senior, someone influential, and someone connected to their family, their church, or their village. And in a small community, every relationship matters, every voice matters. But when everyone is connected, anonymity can feel very fragile. And that is why we take a risk-based approach for Tonga, where it's also an anticipatory governance approach. So it means asking who is the most harmed when trust is broken, and what protections must be designed into the system before we ask someone to take the risk of speaking up. So this thinking is reflected in Tonga's recent Whistleblower Protection Act 2025, which provides protections against retaliation, recognizes anonymous reporting, and requires secure reporting channels, protects confidentiality, but more importantly, it places obligations on public authorities to raise awareness and support whistleblowers. Importantly, anonymous disclosures are to be investigated with the same diligence as identified disclosures. And for us, this anticipatory governance is in practice. Rather than waiting for a whistleblower to be harmed, the law builds protections in advance. Rather than waiting for trust to be lost, we are building confidence from the very beginning. And one statement from today's session also resonated strongly with me, that technology and institutional reforms must work together to achieve sustainable results. And for Tonga, that captures the challenge perfectly. AI and digital technologies offer real opportunities. As we have heard from UNDP, AI can help analyze large amounts of data, identify patterns, detect anomalies, provide early warning signs, and support more proactive anti-corruption interventions. But for a small administration like Tonga, those things are very exciting. Those opportunities are very exciting for us. We may not have the largest budgets or the largest agencies, but technology gives us the opportunity to work smarter, to strengthen case management systems, improve reporting, and monitor trends, to identify risks earlier and support better oversight. But we are also mindful of the cautions raised in this session. AI is only as good as the data, safeguards, and governance behind it. Human judgment remains essential. Accountability remains essential. Trust remains essential. And the ACC is built around 4 core values that we call I ACT. I for integrity, do what is right. A for accountability, own your actions. C for collaboration, work together. And T for transparency, to be open and honesty. But for us, I ACT is not just an acronym or a corporate value statement. It reflects the lived realities of small island developing states. Integrity matters because public trust is not built by systems alone. It is built by people through conduct, consistency, and courage. And in a small country, integrity is visible. Reputations travel faster than official circulars. Your reputation often arrives before you do. So our traditions of kinship really about storytelling. We are professional orators that help pass down knowledge, values, history, and lessons through storytelling. So if institutions are not transparent, if decisions are not explained, or if accountability is not visible, stories turn into scandals. And in many ways, IACT simply puts words around values that Pacific communities have lived for generations. They are not abstract governance concepts, they are lived realities. So when we speak about AI and digital transformation, whistleblower protection, and anticipatory governance, we are really speaking about the human element of it. We are speaking about the people, about relationships, about trust, and that technology can help us identify the risks, and that technology can help see patterns that may otherwise remain hidden. And in small island states,
Ms.
trust...
Mangush, so we're running out of time.
Okay, so our approach is simple, that we start with the people and build the technology around those foundations. So let me finish with one final Pacific observation. In large countries, sophisticated AI might be needed to identify complex networks and hidden connections. But if AI systems flags that two people are related, there's a reasonable chance that the system will eventually conclude that half of the country is corrupt. So trust is our most important governance infrastructure, and AI can help us predict risks. The goal is to ensure technology strengthens our values. And if we get that right, perhaps one day even the AI will discover that it too has a cousin in Tonga. Maloa Pito, thank you very much. Kamsamida.
All right. Okay, thank you so much to Ms. Mangush again, and I apologize for my mistake. And we have our last discussion from Mr. Right. I couldn't see you. So Mr. Suwale from Zambia. My bad.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so before I proceed, just want to say thank you to UNDP, the SCRC, for the support that they have given us in ensuring that we enhance our whistleblower protection system that we are using and that I'll be talking about very soon. So before I begin, let me give you a quote that I just coined. Of course, inspired by research that was conducted in our country, which showed that at the interface between the public and the service seekers, that's where corruption thrives. So the quote says, in the absence of integrity, the ground where service seekers meet the service provider is very fertile for corruption. So this is inspired by the research that was done. And what we are trying to say is that at the interface between service seekers and service providers, corruption thrives. And this is where the aspect of technology comes in, so that we are able to break that interface between the public and the service seekers, the public officers and the service seekers. There shouldn't be that human-to-human interface, basically. So e-governance comes in handy in that regard. And this is what we are talking about here. The aspect of AI, the aspect of using digital platforms to deliver the services. In developing countries, to a larger extent, most of the services are delivered manually. This is when we are gravitating towards delivering our services using digital platforms. So e-governance is coming in handy to try and curb corruption by reducing the human-to-human interface. Payments can now be done using platforms and so on. So our national policy on anti-corruption in Zambia has as a measure, as one of the measures, the uptake of technology and promotion of electronic governance in delivery of services. So we are doing quite a lot in that regard. And in 2021, our government established an institute called the Smart Zambia Institute. This is an institute that is established to ensure that we come up with digital solutions that are aimed at, reducing the opportunities for corruption in our delivery of public services. Now, quickly, because of limited time, I had a number of solutions that I wanted to speak to that we are implementing in terms of technology and e-governance, but I'll stick to one which speaks to whistleblower protection, the online anonymous whistleblower protection. But I want to mention that as a commission, we established a digital forensic lab to respond to the demands, analysis of data in real time and so on, like our colleagues were saying. Then we also have a system that we use, the electronic case management system. It's called the GoCase, where we are able to handle the files electronically instead of doing it manually. So that also helps us, and the system is able to, analyze the data that we've inputted in it and give us reports and so on. Then also use of the toll-free lines. People are able to reach us through those lines easily, and we are able to receive their complaints. Then the use of social media and WhatsApp to reach us and interface with the public. Then electronic government procurement system as well, similar to the CONEP. We are also implementing that to ensure that there is more transparency when it comes to procurement. The bidders are able to see the bids when they are floated. Everybody is able to see, and in that regard, you ensure that there is transparency. Then, of course, general government, we have electronic government service delivery platforms, like we have the government bus, where various services are floated that people can access. Issues of payment of land rates and so on, people are able to access all those services on one platform. Now, let me go to the online anonymous whistleblower system. Our government, through the Anti-Corruption Commission in 2024, launched an online anonymous whistleblower system. This is a platform where one can lodge a complaint from wherever they are without being identified, without the gadget that they have used being identified. So we have people reporting using their phones, they can use their laptops, and the system conceals the IP address for the gadget that they use. So what that means is that when somebody reports, ourselves as officers in the Anti-Corruption Commission, we won't know the person that is reporting, and they won't know the person that they are dealing with from our end. So we feel that is a very good system that guarantees anonymity. As you may know, whistleblowers...
Sorry, Mr. Siwale. Yep.
Okay, I'll be concluding. To a larger extent, whistleblowers will not trust even us as officers. To some extent, they will feel they may still disclose my identity. But through this system, they are guaranteed they will not be known. Okay? So the system does not leave any metadata also on the documents that somebody uploads on the system. They upload a Word document, PDF. The metadata is stripped from the document. So you won't be able to know the person that generated the document. And at the moment somebody lodges the complaint, they submit, the system generates a 16-digit tracking code that they'll be using when they come back to log into the system and be able to see whether there is a response from the commission. And the system facilitates the back and forth communication. You know, when somebody is anonymous and they provide information that is insufficient, normally it poses a challenge because you won't be able to follow up. But with this system, we are able to communicate back and forth.
Mr. Siwale?
Okay.
Yep. So thank you so much for the three discussions. And well, the discussions gave us more insights than the presenters. So I would like to integrate all these. But before moving on to our lunch, I know all of us are quite hungry, but I would like to open the session to the floor and want to get your questions, concerns, and the discussion points, if you have any. Just raise your hand if you have. Yep, please go ahead. And,
Thank you. My question is to Mr. Hong, that regarding the e-procurement system in Korea. Yes, it's developing this type of systems. We believe that it's helps to minimize the corruption. It's all accepting that. But we know that the genuine challenge is using technology itself, sometime by misuse by some people and officials. Now, you explained that your system. Have you experienced that type of incidents which misused by the officials who are controlling the system or the outsiders? And the second question is, what are the precautions you have taken to minimize this type of misusing of the system?
예, 뭐 여러 나라장터를 운영하면서
Thank you for your question. There have been some, for instance, hacking attacks to CONEPS to get access to pricing information, or for the purpose of collusion, a number of people would try to get into the system. But as for collusion, for the same IP address,
제출하지 못하도록 그렇게 좀 제한을 하고 있고요. 그리고
multiple bidding cannot be made. And also, for bidding, we have the system called the tender agent, which means that your identification has to be verified. So your identification and accreditation need to be verified before submitting any tender. And as for hacking, communication happens between servers and there's high level of encryption. So we have put in place these cyber security measures. So everything is pretty much processed on the server, not at the terminal. So we have technical measures put in place to prevent such attacks.
Okay, we have 2 more minutes left, and if there is one more question, yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for your presentations. I think there is one element that was highlighted by one of the presenters about the inequality within the Global South when it comes to artificial intelligence and technology. But also at the same time, there was a recommendation that Global South countries need to cooperate and collaborate when fighting corruption using these modern technologies. But when you also look at the Global South, there are also inequalities that exist in this structure. So I wanted to find out, how do you recommend, or what are your recommendations that will enable the Global South countries to work together despite the existences of these structures of inequality within the technological field? Thank you.
Okay, anyone? Maybe Anga? Can I ask you to? Right, that's the question for you, I guess.
Well, this is a big question to answer in 30 seconds, but let me try. Yes, I mean, you are very right. Even without thinking about AI, just thinking about information technology and digital infrastructure, we see huge digital gap between rich and poor, between rural and urban areas, between men and women, between developed countries and developing countries, within countries, even within developing countries. So I think there are two things we need to do. One, we need to bring the views of South to norm shaping at the global level, and thanks to India, which actually organized a global AI summit last year, bringing 100 countries, by the way. Usually the AI summit is done in the north, north like by developing countries, number one. Number two, believe me or not, this is the new world. So we have no choice. We have to actually improve digital infrastructure, and the government also needs to take deliberate efforts in terms of bridging those gaps, as well as the responsibility of the international actors like United Nations or World Bank and other regional banks and so on. We also need to take the deliberate efforts to actually address the issue of digital gap overall. And then finally, will AI act as an integrity multiplier or corruption accelerator? Actually, I believe that it's a powerful force for integrity only if the private sector, the government people, the civil society actors, the young people come together and discuss risk as well as opportunities. So we have to shape the future as a collective action, not just letting private sector develop AI and the public sector watching like a regulator there. Thank you.
All right, so I think we made it and we've done this on time. So thank you for our presenters, the discussions and the flowers, and I think this is the beautiful moment of my day for today. So if I summarize this session in one sentence, it might be for the use of artificial intelligence and technologies, opportunities and the safeguards comes in pairs, and no safeguard, no trust, and no trust, no impact. So thank you so much for our wonderful speakers and the discussions again, and thank you for all of the questions and the energy. So enjoy your lunch, and let's have the final session. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. This completes the session 4, and please give another big round of applause to our moderators, speakers, and panelists. Thank you. You can come down the stage carefully. So we will now have break for a lunch. A buffet is prepared for you in the lobby, so please feel free to enjoy your meal. Session 5 will begin promptly at 1 p.m., so we kindly ask all participants to return and take your seats on time. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you and see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. From now on, we will officially begin our afternoon sessions. Session 5 will be held under the theme From Commitment to Action, Joint Reflections and Recommendations. This session will feature a high-level panel discussion, bringing together distinguished experts and practitioners to reflect on key lessons learned from the forum and explore priorities for the future of international anti-corruption cooperation. Before we invite our moderator, let me take a moment to introduce our distinguished moderator. Professor Kim Eun-mi, Chairperson of the Board of Trustees at Ewha Women's University and UN Women Goodwill Ambassador, will be moderating this session. A distinguished scholar and leader in international development, Professor Kim previously served as the 17th President of Ewha Women's University, Vice Chairperson of the Korean National Commission of UNESCO, and President of the Korea Association of International Development and Cooperation. Please join me in welcoming Chairperson Kim up to the stage with a big round of applause. Following our moderator, we kindly ask our panelists to make your way onto the stage as I call upon each of them. First, I'd like to invite Mr. Daniel Kaufman, Senior Fellow of Research for Development and the Brookings Institution. And please welcome him with a big round of applause once again. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Kim Ki-sun, Director General from Anti-Corruption Bureau of ACRC. Let me invite Mr. Langa Disanayaka, Director General of Commission to investigate allegations of bribery or corruption from Sri Lanka. Let me invite Ms. Marta Gazdeta, Governance and Rule of Law Portfolio Manager from UNDP Kosovo. Mr. Yuhan Bom, Co-Chairperson of Transparency International Korea. And our last panelist, Mr. Shervin Madalesi, Chief of Corruption and Economic Crime Branch of UNODC. Now, let me hand over my microphone to our moderator. Now the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I hope you had a nice lunch, but please wake up because we need all of the audience members to be very actively engaged in our final session. So we're going to leave ample time, and I want you to be prepared with a question or questions to ask towards the end. Welcome to Session 5 of the International Anti-Corruption Forum, a decade of partnership, a future of integrity, jointly hosted by the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, ACRC, and of the Republic of Korea, and the United Nations Development Program, UNDP Seoul Policy Center, USPC, which has been supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea and UNDP. This concluding session will synthesize key insights from the forum and facilitate collective reflection on priority actions for the next phase of anti-corruption cooperation. The insights gained from this final session will directly inform the forum's final summary and directions for future UNDP ACRC cooperation. So that's why your participation will be very critical and welcomed. Before I begin, I would like to introduce our expert panelists who will share their reflections and identify priority action areas, recommendations, and partnership modalities for the years to come. To my left is Mr. Daniel Kaufman, co-founder and president emeritus of the Natural Resource Governance Institute. Next is Mr. Ki-sun Kim, Director General of the Anti-Corruption Bureau of ACRC. Mr. Ranga Disanayake, Director General, commissioned to investigate allegations of bribery or corruption from Sri Lanka. Ms. Marta Gazizeda, Governance and Peacebuilding Portfolio Manager, UNDP Kosovo. Mr. Hambom Yu, Co-Chairperson of Transparency International Korea. And Mr. Shervin Majilesi, Chief of Section of Corruption and Economic Crime Branch of UNODC. I'm going to change the order of how the panelists go. Dr. Daniel Kaufman asked to go last because he already spoke a lot yesterday. So he said, could he go last? So I said, fine. So that means we're going to start with Mr. Kisan Kim. I hope you will be prepared.
Thank you.
So let me briefly go over the cross-cutting lessons, enabling conditions and challenges, and innovations drawn from the opening as well as sessions 1 to 4. Former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon spoke yesterday and introduced the concept of integrity by design, warning that if transparency isn't embedded from the very first step of designing digital governance and AI, new technologies risk becoming tools that can conceal or entrench corruption rather than combat it. So I think that's a very important lesson that already came out in the first opening session. In session 1, milestones in integrity, global achievements and lessons learned, the moderator concluded by saying partnership succeeded because of a bridge and catalyst role for broader governance reform, the value of positive incentives alongside naming and shaming, and trust built over a decade rather than a one-off technical transfer is critical. In session 2, transforming governance from legal frameworks to institutional changes. Here the moderator summarized that transforming anti-corruption legal frameworks into lasting institutional change is really critical, and it requires moving beyond one-off assessments. Success will depend on localizing models, shifting from blaming and shaming to empowering for self-correction, and embedding integrity into the everyday administrative process in the fight against corruption. In session 3, private sector integrity, moving beyond compliance to inclusive growth, the moderator concluded 3 private sector contributions, that is internal governance culture, supply chain accountability, industry-wide collective action, and 3 enablers, that are clear legal frameworks, incentives, multi-stakeholder platforms, neutral broker institutions like UNDP, World Bank, ACIC should play a critical role. The moderator concluded by saying that collective actions, systemic model required to not only hold private sector accountable, but actively engage them within integrity ecosystems. The final session, session 4, was about harnessing AI and digital technologies, opportunities, and safeguards that you just heard. Throughout the day and a half sessions, cross-cutting lessons that emerge across the forum are as follows. There are about 7. First is localized for ownership, and there was much discussions about how to use the Korean experience to help do that. Accelerate through peer learning. Embed to sustain. Here, the institutionalization is key. Turn policy into practice, but also culture. Unless you change all the way to culture, we can always fall back. Number 5 is integrate tools in broader reform efforts. 6, make the private sector a co-producer, co-partner for integrity. Final was go digital with dignity, and I think that's the theme that resonated in the opening session as well. With that, I would like to ask the panelists to spend about 5 minutes on one of the following guiding questions. I have specific questions for each of them. What are the most actionable lessons that you gained from the forum? What are the critical remaining gaps that we need to address? What do they see as emerging challenges and integrity, risks for integrity? What suggestions, concrete suggestions they may have for ACRC, UNDP, SDG partnerships, as well as the partnerships going forward? Two or three priority themes or partnership modalities are some of the issues that could be raised. I would like to suggest a more specific question for each panelist. For Mr. Ki-sun Kim, ACRC's reflections and plan for future collaborations would be very helpful for this audience in the final concluding session. 먼저
안녕하십니까.
Yes, good afternoon. I am Ki-sun Kim from ACRC. I'm the Director General of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and thank you very much for inviting me to this meaningful forum. It's been 3 years since I've taken my position as the Director General of the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and I am very pleased to be here. Now, based on my knowledge and based on the experience of Korea, I would like to say a few words. In the case of Korea, starting in 2002, the Act for Anti-Corruption was established and the ACRC was established after that. And back then, the prosecutor or the police, those in charge of investigation, did not actively carry out investigations related to those in power. And so we wanted to fix that, and that is why the ACRC was established. But in fact, in order to enhance the level of integrity of a country, it can't happen overnight. And so I understand that initially, after the Act on Anti-Corruption was established, as a tool to effectively identify corruption cases, the whistleblower protection system was put into place. And then in 2012, not only the corruption in the public sector, but the private sector corruption was an area that we had to improve. And so we further strengthened the whistleblower protection system. And then we wanted to make sure that sanctions were applied to some of the cases which did not fall under the Bribery Act, but nevertheless, the Korean people thought needed to be punished. And so the relative institutions were put into place. And so it was not necessarily about the acts that fell under the Financial Bribery Act, but nevertheless, these acts that were seen as corruption cases could be dealt with. And then we wanted to focus on prevention as well. So from the very beginning of ACRC, prevention was a very important part. And so we did an evaluation of corruption. For example, when there is an act that is modified or amended, if the regulations are not clear, or if there is excessive authority given to the public officials, those leads to risks, potential risk for corruption. And so we wanted to eradicate these potential risks. And that is why we implemented the corruption risk assessment. Also, it's very important to do diagnosis for assessment, and then we have to analyze the results, and based on that, we have to come up with customized countermeasures. And the integrity assessment program plays that role. If we carry out the integrity assessment, we can identify which institutions are prone to risks of corruption, and we can identify which areas of the tasks of the different agencies are vulnerable to corruption. So we carry out analysis to identify those vulnerable areas to come up with effective measures so that we can lead to strengthening of integrity. So having said that, the integrity assessment plays a very important role. And also through education and training, whether it's training for public officials or for students, we can utilize education and training to enhance the level of integrity and also the awareness level. So the Korean policies have been introduced to many different countries, including through the efforts with the UNDP. And Korea's experience can be of reference to other countries, and that is why many countries have been turning to the Korean experience to learn what institutions might work for them. If there are any, and we intend to further expand such collaborative efforts. Also, as situations change, can you wrap up in 1 minute? Can you talk about your future plans? So, if I may continue, if the circumstances changes and the environment changes, then the institutions must be optimized in line with the changes. We have the experience of operating the past institutions, and I think that the feedback that we have received over the years in operating the programs and the policies can be a big help for further upgrade and improvement. Also, we have surveys. For example, there is a survey of perceptions, but we have understood that the people hope that the corruption risks among the high-level officials should be eradicated. In the case of the high-level officials, well, before they take office, they have to submit their past 3 years' activities. And this year, we have a plan to have these candidates for high-level official positions to make public their 3-year activities, make public even to the people, so that we can strengthen anti-corruption efforts. And also, we've planned to further strengthen compensation and rewards
Thank you very much.
for anti-corruption
He went
efforts.
over the historical development of ACRC in Korea and future direction, which includes revising the law so that the information or the assessment of corruption will be made public. So and that would encourage the public to also be engaged in the monitoring process. Let me now ask Mr. Ranga Desainke to ask him to focus on the partner countries' perspectives on collaboration with UNDPCO and learning from ACRC. Mr. Desainke, please.
Thank you very much. Distinguished moderator, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to take part in this important forum. At the outset, I sincerely thank the ACRC and UNDP for the kind invitation and the excellent arrangements. Sri Lanka has been a state party to the UNCAC from 2004. But the internal legislature in Sri Lanka enacted in 2023. That is, it's called Anti-Corruption Act number 9 of 2023. Is a significantly strengthened CEABOX mandate. The CEABOX meaning Commission to Investigate Allegations, Bribery or Corruptions. The commission, which established by the Act, is an independent commission. It is a unique institution with, I would say, that's utmost powers. That is, the commission has investigation powers, prosecutionary powers. In addition to our work includes prevention, enforcement, institutional integrity, policy advice, and international cooperation. These are all the responsibilities vested to the Commission by this Act. Since early 2025, our focus has been clear to move from reform design to practical implementation. And now, with the clear mandate of the people, is a genuine anti-corruption drive with comprehensive law. We are strengthening the investigation and improving case management to ensure faster and more effective outcomes. Sri Lanka has also established 3 dedicated high courts for hearing the corruption matters without delay. We are restructuring SEABOC to improve operational performance. This includes strengthening staff capacity, improving workflows, and decentralizing the services to improve public access. And also, this year, we have introduced an electronic asset declaration system to improve transparency, efficiency, and accountability. In addition to that, National Anti-Corruption Action Plan 2025 to 2029 and SEABOC Strategic Action Plan provides a clear implementation roadmap covering prevention, enforcement, awareness, and coordination across the institution. The cooperation between SEABOC and ACRC has developed step by step over recent years, always with a strong focus on practical implementation. A key starting point was the ACRC training program for SEABOC officers in May 2023. This was theoretical training. It focused on practical tools such as integrity assessment, corruption risk assessment, and whistleblower protection system. It helped SEABOC clearly see how prevention can be applied inside the institution. Over the years, SEABOC officials have also benefited from continuous training at the ACRC Training Center. Around 10 groups of officers have participated in specialized programs which have significantly strengthened institutional capacity. Following the SEABOC began exploring how these practical tools could be adapted to Sri Lanka's legal administrative system. A major milestone was the official visit of the ACRC delegation to Sri Lanka from 19 to 21 May 2024. The delegation also visited the Parliament of Sri Lanka, the National Audit Office, and UNDP Sri Lanka office. These visits helps build a deeper understanding of how institutions function in practice and where integrity system can be strengthened. The engagement was
May I
not
ask
simple.
you to summarize in 1 minute?
Yeah. It was practical. It focused on the real system, real institution, and real implementation challenges. And very recently, one of the most important outcomes of this partnership is the Anti-Corruption Initiative Assessment, AIA, developed with ACRC and UNDP. And based on the Korea's integrity assessments system, the AIA has been carefully adapted to the Sri Lankan context. This is a clear example of how international cooperation can move beyond theory and deliver real institutional change. Corruption remains a serious global challenge. However, our experience shows that progress is possible when cooperation is practical, consistent, and focused on implementation. The SEABOC, ACRC, UNDP partnership demonstrate the UNCAC is not only a framework of principles, but practical tool for real institutional transformation when applied through cooperation. As we move into the next decade, our focus should remain simple and clear: build system that work in practice and deliver results for people. I sincerely thank ACRC for its strong partnership and partnership and UNDP for its continued support. I am confident that the cooperation between Sri Lanka and the Republic of Korea and between SEABOC and ACRC will continue to grow through practical impact and shared results. Let us continue to build institutions that are simple, effective, and trusted by the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very important for us to hear that story, because we're talking about localizing the lessons learned from other countries, and through international cooperation with the Republic of Korea, UNDP Sri Lanka is able to move forward with very practical ways to assess and also empower people in the process. So thank you for that. Now let me turn to Ms. Marta Gazideda from, and I would like to ask her to focus on UNDPCO's perspectives, collaborating with USPC, and suggestions for future programming. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. Thank you, colleagues, partners. Over the last day and a half, really what I'm hearing is a lot about these common threads that's coming from all the panelists, but also from the audience, in the sense of integrity, in the sense of ethics, citizens' trust, institutional transformation as well. But to link to what Ms. Mangisi said, where is the gender perspective in all of this work on anti-corruption that we are doing? Because obviously it does have an effect, and I think as practitioners we all know that certain aspects, whether it's governance, whether it's corruption, anti-corruption, affect different strata of population at different levels for different reasons. But before sort of perhaps we have a chance to discuss this through questions, I've been having this question in the sense of, you know, where is governance headed? You know, we're talking about anti-corruption and ethics and integrity, but we see a world which is changing so rapidly, and what is true today may not be true tomorrow. And, you know, there are geopolitical issues developing in the world, and there are political issues, and there are potentially financial issues that will come up. At the same time, we see this rapid digital transformation of governments and institutions, but equally concerns for the use of AI in our everyday life or even our professional life. And then we have the issue of cybersecurity, digital integrity, pressure or constraints as well financially, and particularly in this case I'm talking as a UNDP, somebody you know, who needs to engage a lot with development partners to make sure that we do have those financial resources that allow us to fight corruption, to make life better for a lot of people. So there is kind of this chaotic background through which we are working on, but what should we do, or how should we do it? Well, first of all, we should continue to work. That's for certain. You know, sometimes we not necessarily seek commensurate results for the investments that we have, both in terms of finance, both in terms of timing. However, it is important that continue, because quite frankly, if we do not, I'm not sure who else would be. The world is fragmented so much that it's becoming very problematic to find a common understanding amongst actors. And I think UN and UNDP, in this case specifically, is able to do that. So yesterday, Professor Choi mentioned something which I think is very important, in the sense of how can we continue, not just as UNDP Kosovo, but UNDP globally, and also with ACRC in particular through the Seoul Policy Center. It's to anticipate emerging integrity risks which are associated with new technologies. And this came out very clearly yesterday. You know, there is the ethics on AI. Who's collecting the data? How is the data being used? For what purposes? You know, who safeguards that? Another element that I would like to mention as a potential area of cooperation is to shift from this concept of technology or technological transfer to governance transformation. I mean, in case of Kosovo, we have seen that, technically a standalone digital solution, which has shown absolutely amazing results. However, I think the next step would be to work towards a governance system which integrates all different pieces that are coming to an institution. And of course, Korea's digital innovation is one of the most amazing models that we have seen, as documented yesterday as well. And of course, future initiatives should combine this concept of digital innovation, institutional reform, policy support, quite frankly, but also change management. And for me, change management is probably one of the most important and critical areas when we talk about this transformation. We are asking of our institutional partners to introduce new ideas, new concepts, yet we're not really sure can they manage to do that, because they don't necessarily have the capacity to manage the change the way we think they should. And that then leads to these initiatives which are heavily invested in, but in terms of results, well, that's a little bit questionable.
Can I ask you to summarize
yes,
in 1 minute?
To summarize. So I think Korea's experience is one that it should be followed, and again, talking from my own experience, but more as a catalyst for innovation rather than as a model to copy. I think we heard that indirectly from everybody yesterday and a little bit this morning. So this cooperation between UNDP and ACRC and Seoul Policy Center and our institutional partners should actually look at it. And as much as I hate the word strategic approach, actually that is what we have to look at, a long-term investment into this partnership, which is then adapted onto local context with the aim of achieving sustainable results for the next 10 to 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You covered quite a few different topics. What caught my attention is the awareness of the rapidly changing global landscape in AI, the technology, geopolitical situation shifting as we speak. So in that context, you asked for, although you didn't like the term, strategic approach among the key players here in this room for future collaboration. Support has to be long-term. It has to be localized, adapted to the local context, and be mindful of the shifting landscape as we go forward. Now I would like to turn to Mr. Han-Bum Yu, CSO, to hear about the CSO's perspective and areas where he sees room for improvement. Mr. Yu, open.
예,
Thank you very much. In February this year, Transparency International announces corruption rankings of countries around the world, and overall, out of 100%, the average score is 42, which means that this is the lowest average global score ever. With the help of Transparency International and the UNDP, as well as ACRC, I know that ACRC and UNDP have been working hard to improve corruption situations. But when you look at the global landscape, we have seen some backward movement to worsening of corruption around the world. While we have made progress, and I hope that there will be more progress in many parts of the world going forward. As part of civil society organization, I am involved in the Transparency International Korea. I like to make 3 points. First of all, as was mentioned in the morning by a representative from Tonga, it was mentioned that the whistleblower protection program was introduced in Tonga. And in Korea, back in 2012, the whistleblower protection regime was introduced, and we were able to see much progress. However, we still have many challenges. Yesterday, some civil society organizations held a joint press conference. In May, in one of the private high schools in Korea, there was a public whistleblowing, but this teacher was bullied, and this teacher ended up ending his or her own life. And so at the joint press conference, this particular tragic case was brought to the limelight, emphasized the need to strengthen protection for whistleblowers within the civic community, and also to strengthen punishments on those who were involved in corruption cases. Just like any other countries in the world, we still have many challenges. While we have legal protection for whistleblowers, in practice, there's a gap between the law and what is happening on the ground. And not much protection has been provided in reality for those whistleblowers. So in Korea, we also need to work hard to improve this aspect. One of the key challenges that we need to overcome in combating corruption is to protect whistleblowers in a more comprehensive manner. And secondly, back in 2005, Transparent Society Pact was signed between the government, the politicians, and the corporate sector and civil society. So this social pact was established in 2005, leading to much progress. And since then, Transparent Society Private-Public Commission was in operation, and many citizens participate as monitors. And we also have many advisory groups and participation of citizens in many public commissions to ensure that voices of the private sector are reflected. And I believe that such partnership between the public and the private sector should be strengthened. And finally, in the morning, we had discussions on the use of AI. Korea is advanced in terms of AI development and digital technology. And recently, we worked with a startup company to evaluate AI tools and models. We created a platform to assess AI. And I was quite surprised. As Peter Drucker said, if you cannot assess something, you cannot manage it. If you cannot manage it, you cannot improve it. So assessment and evaluation is critical. There are many anti-corruption agencies around the world, and I understand that assessment and evaluation are considered very important. And for assessment to take place, it takes a lot of effort and time and cost. And we also need to ensure that such assessment is objective and fair. And many institutions, even though they want to have self-assessment, they may not be able to do so because of lack of capabilities. But they can utilize AI to conduct self-assessment, for instance, assessing their internal rules and regulations, as well as evaluation reports and other types of documents. AI is able to evaluate all of these different types of documents in a short period of time. For instance, in promoting transparency in the private sector, KCP program was initiated by the ACRC. This is the compliance program for the private sector. Right now, this is not an AI-powered program. There are 145 evaluating indicators, and managers within individual companies need to enter data for all 145 indicators, and it takes a lot of effort and time to go through this evaluation process. But if we use AI, then once managers put in all the available documents, then the outcome of the evaluation will come out in just 5 minutes. And so by using technology in this way, we will be able to enhance efficiency in the evaluation and assessment process. Would you wrap up in 1 minute? Yes, I was going to wrap up in 1 minute. So this is what we can do in the future using technology. Right now, we're only in the beginning stage of using AI for anti-corruption purposes, and we may be able to reduce time and effort and costs, as well as burden on companies, so that they can utilize AI-powered assessment to identify risks and make improvements accordingly. So we can utilize data to enhance transparency and make our society fairer and more transparent. And as for concrete measures of using AI, wanted to share some experience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. From his experience in heading the civil society organization, he talked about three very important things, issues: protecting the whistleblower, creating a more cooperative environment for the government and the civil sector, and finally, when he spoke about using AI as an important tool for monitoring and evaluation, I think it's an ongoing process, but certainly Korea is spearheading this effort, and we hope to see more coming out of this. And here, it's not just the evaluation, but the data that goes into the evaluation scheme that would make this more effective. So thank you very much for that intervention. Let me now turn to Mr. Shervin Majilesi. He will talk about, I hope you will talk about the SDG partnership model and contribution to UNCAC implementation. Mr. Majilesi, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Let me begin by congratulating ACRC, UNDP, Seoul Policy Center, the Government of Korea, and all partners in this room for an impressive decade of cooperation and impressive presentations the past 2 days. We heard many examples of successful reforms, from integrity assessment tools to whistleblower protection to private sector engagement, and this morning on use of digital technologies and AI. A common lesson that cuts across all these sessions is that anti-corruption progress is no longer mainly about adopting laws, and the challenge is really implementation, institutionalization, you got the point, and demonstrating results. I want to share 2 observations, if I may, 3 suggestions for future priorities and 3 practical recommendations. Now, even though the first 17 years of my anti-corruption career was focused first on investigations of corruption and then on supporting technical assistance, the last 6 years I have primarily focused on the intergovernmental processes and the international cooperation side of things. So allow me to bring this intergovernmental perspective, as you mentioned, Madam Moderator, to this discussion. Because this discussion comes at a particularly important moment of UNCAC implementation of the UN Convention Against Corruption, because we are entering the next phase of the implementation review mechanism. Following a decision, a resolution that was adopted last December in Doha. For those who are less familiar with it, the UNCAC review mechanism is a peer review mechanism established by states parties to the convention to assess how countries are implementing their commitments under this convention. And since 2010, it has reviewed almost now all states parties against convention's chapters on prevention of corruption, criminalization and law enforcement, international cooperation, and asset recovery. It has become the largest anti-corruption peer review process in the world, as I mentioned yesterday, generating more than 11,000 recommendations and identifying more than 5,000 technical assistance needs, and promoting legislative and institutional reforms and basically recommendations for implementation. The next phase that was endorsed last December seeks to build on these achievements and places greater emphasis on effectiveness in implementation, follow up to previous recommendations, inclusivity, knowledge sharing, and exchange of good practices. So all of this creates an opportunity to connect between this review process, and this is exactly the work of the UNDP ACRC partnership, where it has a comparative advantage, helping countries move from recommendations on paper to reform that functions in practice and produces results for citizens. So with that, the first lesson from the forum for me is that we need to move beyond assessing whether a legal framework exists and focus more systematically on whether it's working in practice. Across sessions, we heard several recurring themes: coordinating challenges, resource and capacity constraints, different basically challenges that countries were facing, the importance of ownership and sustainability, and it's precisely these are the type of issues that determine whether anti-corruption reforms can really produce impact. The next phase of UNCAC implementation, as I said, is an opportunity to move from this compliance-oriented discussion towards an implementation and result-oriented discussion. And countries increasingly then want practical solutions that you have been presenting here, peer learning and evidence of what works. A second lesson is that partnership has demonstrated something very important. Many international discussions identify problems, but this partnership has focused on operational solutions. What makes the SDG partnership particularly valuable is its combination of practical tools, peer-to-peer learning, institutional partnerships, pilot implementation, and adaptation to local context. I will wrap up in 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
This is exactly the type of support that countries increasingly request during UNCAC implementation. And in many ways, the Korea experience demonstrates how a country can move from legal obligation to institutional systems, even though we heard that Korea itself is still a kind of a work in progress in many areas like whistleblower protection. So now, on the future priorities, getting to the main point, my suggestions. First, strengthening the implementation ecosystem. We should focus less on individual laws and more on ecosystems required for implementation. Institutions, budgets, data, accountability mechanisms, incentives, we heard that a lot yesterday also, and public trust that has been a recurring theme. The strongest reform we heard about were those embedded in ordinary government processes rather than standalone budgets. Second, investing in measurement and learning. Several speakers emphasized the importance of evidence and assessment. I won't get into details because of time, but third, addressing emerging risks while preserving integrity fundamentals. This goes mostly to the question of technology and AI, and since this was touched by several speakers, I won't go further in this, but I think that's a very important priority also to focus on. And in terms of recommendations for future cooperation, if you allow me, 3 quick ones. First, strengthen collaboration between UNDP ACRC partnership and global UNCAC implementation efforts, ensuring that lessons generated here through SDG partnership are more systematically shared with a wider community of state parties. We heard Montenegro sharing their experience in COSP, Conference of State Parties, and there are opportunities through 10 regional platforms that we have also for UNCAC implementation across Africa, Central Asia, Southeast Asia, Southeastern Europe, Latin America, and the Pacific. So bring these lessons to those platforms also. Second, expand peer learning platforms around implementation challenges, not just legal reforms. Countries often learn most effectively from other countries that have faced similar implementation obstacles. So that's another area to focus. And third, developed a light but structured mechanism for capturing and sharing implementation successes, setbacks, and lessons learned so that reforms continue beyond project cycles and political transitions. I promise you 1 minute, but I want to.
You went on for 2 more minutes, so please, please finish.
So to kind of finish with a simple observation, the last decade has shown that integrity can be built through sustained partnerships like yours. And the next phase should be about scaling what works already here. If the first chapter was about sharing successful anti-corruption models, the next chapter should be about helping countries convert commitments into institutions and institutions into performance, and then performance into public trust that we heard so much about. And that's ultimately the promise of the next phase of UNCAC implementation, but also this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. You, Mr. Majilesi, spoke very comprehensively about SDG partnership model, moving from just changing laws to strengthening ecosystems for implementation. Another theme that kept coming up in the two-day conference is about evidence, measurement, data, and perhaps to use AI in this. Talked a lot about global cooperation, that we need to move beyond the audience here to a wider community. The results that have been gained through this partnership is really critical and should be shared more widely and implemented more widely as well. Now let me go to who was my first, but who was my last, Mr. Daniel Kaufman. He will talk about global trends, importance of measurement, evidence-based programming. Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you, eminent President Emeritus and Professor. I already spoke yesterday. You heard me. More importantly, I listened very carefully to so many insights and such great work that is happening in this partnership. So allow me to spend my 5 minutes with just some pointed points for debate and suggestions. Essentially, the first will be just background and beginning to answer your question, and then 4 areas of moving with audacity and perhaps more boldly than we usually think about this issue. And that's because of the background point I wanted to make first, before the 4 areas I will discuss. And that relates to the global evidence, as you asked me to do, and as I've done throughout my decades of work. And I'm going to be, as usual, I'm always very frank, but trying to be respectful. But the research, the global evidence, including my own many, many years ago, but then many others, we're talking about hundreds of studies, well, not hundreds, but dozens of studies, suggest that only a minority of the world's 100+ anti-corruption agencies perform close to their mandate. A larger group, and I know that here are the exceptions which are represented and so on. I'm talking generally about the anti-corruption agency world. A larger group is under-resourced, is sidelined, and a meaningful subset of them is captured. And there are amazing examples in these. Guatemala, CICIG, what happens with that and shut down in 2019. South Africa, Hawks in the past. Brazil, Lava Jato, after Lava Jato, and many others. This is not just a resource gap. It's a structural, systemic capture and design gap. So let me make 4 non-traditional suggestions of this bolder nature as I promised. First, ring fence. Basically ring fencing, protecting anti-corruption agencies against capture of the watchdog itself. Well, among others, 3 types of concrete reforms can be considered, where is relevant and needed. One, insulate agency leadership from the political calendar with fixed staggered terms and protected budgets. Two, build investigator and whistleblower protection, real protection in the case process itself, not as an afterthought. And three, institutionalize outside independent review of how cases are opened and closed so that any politically influenced decision is visible in real time. Second area, innovations. I think there's a lot of room in this world to consider frontier innovations, and especially where the law, where economics and economic incentives and AI intersect and meet. One area is the voluntary disclosure programs type of issues that was pioneered in the World Bank many years ago, and it has gone through some transformations, where a company discloses its own past wrongdoing, ideally before they are investigated, in exchange for leniency. But in those disclosures, they open the books and share information about the colluders, the partners, the networks of corruption and influence. A variant of that was in Brazil's Lava Jato, famous Odebrecht case, plea bargaining that showed what can be achieved. Testimony mapped the entire corruption network, reaching hundreds of politicians. As mentioned in the previous panel, then also consider those new AI tools, flagging suspicious bidding patterns, public contracts, but use these before contracts are signed in real time. And there are also innovations regarding laws let authorities recover unexplained wealth from officials even without a criminal investigation. And finally on this, consider new transparency rules for the AI companies themselves, since large AI providers, as we discussed, are becoming a new class of very powerful captor, able to shape the rules that govern them. Third area, and before the last one, investigate the networks. Investigations need to look at the network, not only at the transaction. Traditional investigations start with one reported bribe or the like and ask whether that one act can be proven illegal. That's necessary, but it misses so much because state capture often takes place in gray legal areas and is not purely transactional or individualized through a single criminal act. So investigators need an added layer that maps relationships and networks. Who sits on which board? Who is appointed where? Who funds whom? And fourth and last, the power of data, going back to what you were all talking about it. All this work I'm talking about and you're doing doesn't just rely on leadership, which is crucial, on our work, crucial. Audacity is crucial. It depends on measurement. As Lord Kelvin, who essentially invented the measurement of temperature, famously said, if you cannot measure it, you cannot control it. Many agencies here represented, and not just at the World Bank, have gold mines of data, and the potential ahead is enormous, including in researching, capturing, and corrupt networks. And in this, what your partnership, you and USPC, ICDC, the partnership featuring peer-to-peer collaboration could be invaluable ahead as well. How about considering a peer-to-peer data and diagnostic exchange among anti-corruption agencies, modeled on the peer learning that has worked so well here, one which takes into consideration these frontier state capture and network aspects we have discussed during these 2 days, and not just administrative integrity. So to end, basically the combination of a bit of audacity and data could make a huge difference. Thank you.
I think Mr. Kaufman spoke on more broader trends and what we should make sure as we move forward, really reinvent and reform the anti-corruption actions, legal and institutional ways in which to protect the leadership in anti-corruption agencies from political shifts, I also found it interesting. We were talking about using AI as an important tool for monitoring and evaluation, but also you mentioned that the AI giants have become so enormous and so gigantic that they ought to also be investigated and monitored to make sure they don't go overboard. And finally, concluded with the power of data that many of us, I think, from yesterday have spoke. So I think that it really sums up the 2 days of conference. Now, as I promised, I'm counting on you for interactive floor discussion. As I have asked you to think about questions to ask to the panelists, but also more general questions about this forum. So I would like to ask the audience to raise their hand, and a microphone, I hope, will be delivered to you. Please identify yourself and ask a question or provide us with a comment, but short. No questions? I think I was too good at scaring people. Yes.
I'll speak in Korean, so if you need translate interpreter, just plug in. 네, 저는
Yes,
국민권익위원회.
I am from ACRC. I am in charge of international relations. My name is Moon Jung-tae, and I think it was mentioned by Dr. Daniel Kaufman, and also I think that TI, the speaker from TI, also mentioned this, Mr. Yu Han-bum. The CPI index is not going up globally. That's what we're seeing today. However, maybe it's because globally this is because of the decreased interest in anti-corruption efforts. And I would like to ask, why do you think that this is happening? What is the reason behind the lower index figures?
If there are more questions from the audience, we'll get a few more questions, and I'll come back to the panelists to ask them if they could choose which question they would like to focus on. Mr. Kim?
Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Youngchan Kim. I'm the team lead for governance and gender at UNDP's Hall Policy Center. Another repeated message throughout the sessions was principles, actually, over policy or tools, and I've also heard a lot that tools itself was powerful, but then the principles behind the tools and the actually sometimes even failures and the challenges and failures, the process to get to that tools. And we also heard from Professor Kang yesterday, whistleblower protection, the law was there, but then there was lots of up and downs, right? And that process, and for UNDP's Hall Policy Center, how can we share that process? Tool itself is very easy to share with other countries because you can just present. But in terms of process, so this question maybe I can address to ACRC because and it doesn't have to be Director General only, but other people ACRC here, because you've gone through that process. When you join ACRC, and then the ACRC now is different, and you've seen so many up and downs, and so after listening to all the sessions here, what is your suggestions? Like, what was your recommendation for us to share? What format would be effective to share? Thank you.
There's a question in the back. Yes.
Thank
Please
you.
tell us who you are.
From the Sunday Morning newspaper. My question is to Director General of CEBOC, Mr. Disanayake. You spoke about the need for simple and implementable systems for anti-corruption and the need to build public trust in those systems. In your experience with rolling out those in Sri Lanka, how satisfied are you about the transparency that is followed by state institutions, as well as whistleblower protection mechanisms that are currently in place? Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask the panelists to volunteer to respond to some of these questions. One was about CPI. What does that signal? Is really corruption getting worse, or is the interest on corruption getting weaker? in the UNDP office, we can have toolkits to help others, but how do we share good lessons and failures about processes? And I think that's a very important question. How do you share these best practices or failure cases with other colleagues? And a more pointed question about Sri Lanka. So may I start with the Sri Lanka answer?
Yes. The answer is this question actually, Sri Lanka now, we have that powerful act, we have laws. As I said earlier, all the international standards came to Sri Lanka law. Actually, that I know that last 5-6 years, not the 5-6 years, from 2018, I think, that experts together and they wanted to introduce a standard law and a comprehensive law that it is with us now. Regarding the whistleblower protection, yes, there is a lot of provisions how to protect the whistleblowers. But issue is the how to implement it. That words are not enough. That in the act, very clearly, very nice words, it's stated that yes, every rights with you, there's every protection with you, but in practical sense, in Sri Lanka also, not in that standard. That's why we want this international experience, how to deal with these issues in practical. And the other thing is that's why we got that knowledge when we conducted the AIA service at anti-corruption initiatives assessment. That assessment shows what is the attitude of the people, especially of the public sector. Now we know that we want to change the public attitude, that we got that result of this assessment where we are. So that my answer is yes, we are fully equipped with the laws, but we want a proper system for implementation.
Great. May I ask Mr. Yu to respond? I think you wanted to respond. 유 대표님께서 답변 하나 해주신다고.
So would you answer the question regarding
첫 번째
CPI?
질문해 주셨던
Yes. Regarding your question on whether the global community is becoming more corrupt or whether there's a decline in global interest in corruption. So I believe that was the gist of the question. As I mentioned in my intervention, when you look at the CPI, according to this year's data and results, the average score is the lowest ever in history. And Transparency International came up with 3 recommendations. First of all, political leadership needs to be renewed and strengthened to respond to corruption. And second, media, NGOs, and whistleblower protection need to be guaranteed, and there should be a guarantee of independent activities by civil society organization. And the third recommendation is to track and stop illicit flow of money across the globe and come up with practical measures to crack down on that. So when you look at these recommendations, I don't think that there's a decline in global interest in corruption, but rather it has to do with lack of political leadership in the global community. For instance, President Trump has many conflicts of interests. As an example, we need to ensure that there are no conflicts of interest in global politics, but you know from the news that the global leader, so to speak, the US president, has been involved in many activities that may have conflicts of interest. And there is growing authoritarianism in many countries around the world, and there are cases where those in power try to promote their own interests rather than trying to combating corruption. So while there is still high level of global interest in corruption, The matter is right now that there is growing authoritarianism and also pursuit of their own interest among powerful nations in the world. And that is why more and more people believe that they are asking for more action to combat corruption globally. There are many representatives from global organizations and anti-corruption agencies. I know that you have many practical challenges, but when we join forces together and work together and cooperate together, we can make progress. Thank you.
Dr. Kaufman wanted to say a few words.
Yeah, complementing this. Remember yesterday we went to through the data and the journey of anti-corruption, because that's an excellent question on the trial anti-corruption. The anti-corruption movement and focus, and particularly from the official multilateral agency, reached its peak in the late 2000s. Started from nothing before 1995, then it goes up, and 2005, 2008, by 2010, started winning. And this is part of the process that we need to understand in terms of how networks work. We had a first mover advantage. We did with the data. There was a leadership, Jim Wolfenson, also OAS, and so on. And those on the other side were not ready. It takes years. They got organized, and there was a pushback from some particular countries and so on. And you saw it. I had a graph yesterday with the ARC. So absolutely right that this is not very sexy or very popular nowadays around the world, number one. Number two, some very powerful countries, very rich countries, now it's fully exposed. Before, we didn't talk about that, are also highly captured and going in that direction of corrupt, which just mentioned, and so on. So there has been that tendency too, and they have lost complete interest. Not only interest, they have an interest in having less anti-corruption globally than that. So one has to use the same lens of undue influence by some quarters, pushing back for that, which is a network and state capture lens, and one would understand what has happened. Some is bureaucratic capture. It's not all over large political state capture. Also within organizations, how they get organized, and they say, we cannot lend as much as we focus so much on anti-corruption and so on. So there are very different aspects. On the data, we have to be very careful. I personally think, and from my work methodologically, but that's for a longer discussion, you cannot do a world average. What does it mean the world is more corrupt? It's 200 countries, each one is different. Also, all the measures, whether Transparency International or ours, governance indicators, in statistical terms, they are ordinal, cardinal measures, so they don't have an exact, absolute interpretation. They're relative, okay? So one can say, for a country, this is happening, but for the world, it's much more difficult. So one has to be careful. But what is true is that it has been increasing in some very powerful and important countries. So,
Mr. Mazilesi.
Thank you very much. I want to add to where Dr. Kaufman left on we have to be very careful with the data. And when it comes to CPI, I mean, CPI, Transparency International, has had a very important role in raising awareness globally about the issue of corruption. But I think it's very important to always spell out the name, Corruption Perception Index. And I think that perception is the key word there. If the corruption perception is going higher, of course, it's an issue that has to be dealt with. It means that the trust is affected in countries, and that's, I think, quite widely known. The UN Secretary General a couple of years ago talked in his report about the future of crisis of trust globally. A UN report last year, the World Social Report, also highlighted that there is a crisis of trust. We are facing basically a world with fake news, and politicians always, the kind of referring anything that they don't like to be fake news. So in that kind of context, there could be a crisis of trust. But I won't necessarily kind of mix that up with the issue of measurement of corruption, which is again one of our conclusions here, that we need better measurement of corruption, better understanding of this, that we don't have really. Anga mentioned the project that we do together with UNDP, UNODC, and International Anti-Corruption Academy in this area. We're trying to get a better grasp of this, but I would be very careful on drawing conclusions, both based on perceptions and also what Daniel was saying on the comparison between countries. So just a word of caution on that. Thank you.
Thank you. May I invite Ms. Gazizadeh to speak a little bit about the issue of sharing best practices, but also challenges, and how do you share knowledge process vis-a-vis clear indicators and toolkits? Is it too much? Marta. Marta.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to respond a little bit. I was thinking about the question and how does it relate to Kosovo's Agency for Prevention of Corruption. A couple of things. It has to do, quite frankly, quite a lot with a cultural shift. It has to do with a changing mindset. It has to do with commitment from the institutions. And I know we quite often mention the concept of political will, and sometimes I wonder, but if there was political will, would we have corruption in the first place? Perhaps yes, perhaps not, but it's something that, you know, it's still there in my head. And then it has to do a lot with citizens' demands. What people expect from their respective institutions. One of the latest cases, sort of hot off the press right now, is the case of Albania, for example. What started as a reaction against somebody's comment about purchasing a private island, which has a lot of sort of political history, et cetera, and it's quite important for security of Albania, now has turned into a full-blown anti-corruption movement, because people have finally had enough. Now, the concept of finally having enough, obviously, it's a little bit problematic. It depends on what is considered enough and how long people, you know, can follow that. But then that is what I actually am seeing right now in the Balkans. There is a cultural shift from my perspective as to what is happening there. There was a changing mindset in the agency for them wanting to introduce new practices, for wanting to do a better job, to actually respond to what their mandate asked them to do, but also what the people expected to see. Because education is very important here. If people are educated in the sense that they know what their rights are, that they understand what they can expect from their governments, the type of services, the quality of services, the support that they receive, then if that does not meet their expectations, gradually you will have this movement. And I think that is what we managed to do in Kosovo, because we had these real, quite frankly, very successful 3 phases of anti-corruption project, which lasted almost 13 years. And only now we have moved to this concept of, so the first one was information, citizen engagement. The second one was policy development and legal. The third phase was corruption prevention. And now we have moved to what hopefully would be the last phase, is actually moving into, I can't say institutionalization, it's not that, but it's moving beyond the standard concept of what corruption is, and making sure that all the practices in all the institutions, which also includes the Auditor General, for example, actually takes into account elements of corruption which are not always very visible within the system. Thank you.
Can you share with us if you have a successful case in Kosovo, how do you share that experience? Or how do you share the process knowledge? What about challenges? Did you have failures, small failures that led to further improvements or innovation? I think that's what they would like to hear more as well.
God, yes, no, I'm trying to think, what do I share that isn't very controversial? Look, I think one of the elements, okay, perfect. When we were quite active on public administration reform process, we, as UNDP Kosovo, we introduced integrity plans for the first time ever. And practically no one in the government and central institutions knew what integrity plans were. Even for us, it was quite a new area to work on. And despite the fact that the project lasted about 5 years and we had one very successful introduction of an integrity plan within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, a unsuccessful introduction of integrity plan, unfortunately, in the Assembly. Ultimately, when the project ended, that integrity plan concept did not continue. Now, the challenge, it could have been because perhaps we were pushing a little bit too fast, too early, and that is something, and this is what, and this links with what I said at the beginning. We are bringing together, we bring in really good experiences, very good examples, but we don't necessarily allow sufficient time for the beneficiaries, for our counterparts, to understand what it means for them. Changing a system is very complicated. I mean, even if you look at your own example, your personal example, managing oneself is very difficult sometimes, let alone wanting to manage and introduce something into a whole process, because usually people say, but this is how we have always done it and it wasn't a problem before. So that element of change management is, I think, very important to introduce. Right. And yes, successes, it's not guaranteed. But again, what I also believe is that as long as we really try, and it's not just about, trying for the sake of trying, but trying, having in mind what we want to achieve and how able are our counterparts to absorb that, I think then we can look towards a potential success.
Great, thank you. Do you want to intervene?
To do some very briefly and unusually, say, ask a question back to you in the audience by pointing out that your initiative is great and it's recognized here and we see it all here. But you're not the only one. And there's a similar one with a different focus under IACA, the International Anti-Corruption Agency, right? And I've been involved with them a bit too, and they have been trying to do this and collecting basically a major database of agency by agency information. I know they were having some issues and so on. I don't know the status nowadays on that, but there are lessons from other such initiatives. I don't know how much you are in touch with them and you have liaised with them and know what are the lessons learned from going in that route and scaling up in terms of the sharing of all the lessons, information, and very importantly, codifying it as real data, which was your point.
Yeah, great. I'm going to ask the audience, you have 1 or 2 burning questions to bring to the floor. 1 or 2 more questions? No more? Okay. I'm going to ask, okay, yes, please. No, that's good. Yes.
One that started burning. My name is Blanca Cardona. I'm head of democratic governance at UNDP in Colombia. We just had a national presidential election, and one of the most important things that they're bringing to the ground in the government transition is that they want to do an empalme, Mr. Kaufman, transition, an anti-corruption transition. So I was wondering, our local architecture is not, they don't have an independent anti-corruption agency. It depends from presidency. So there are problems there. What would be the best institutional designs in Latin America for anti-corruption agencies, according to you?
I'm going to have the panelists to think about this for 1 second. As the moderator, I would like to ask this question. We just had a big earthquake in Venezuela. We pray for the victims. We have a war ongoing between Russia and Ukraine and other parts of the world. We have natural disasters that are happening sometimes under our attention, but sometimes well broadcast around the world. And you see in the aftermath of these disasters or very crisis situations, room for corruption and corruption to be unnoticed because you're dealing with a bigger crisis. So I'm going to just ask that very casual question to my panelists if they want to respond. For the first question, okay, yes. My question? My question is, I forgot my question is, a huge earthquake devastated Venezuela recently. We have an ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia and other parts of the world. Natural disasters are hitting many parts of the world, including Asia, especially the Asia Pacific, with the highest ocean temperature and so on. So when these so-called disasters occur, whether it's man-made or natural, what happens to corruption in the aftermath, in the scurry of trying to rescue in the international humanitarian efforts? What happens to corruption? How do we monitor? How do we deal with it, and so on? Do you want to try that? Sure.
Thank you very much. I start maybe with your question. I think it's very relevant, and corruption in the context of all the scenarios that you presented is a major problem. It has been in the past, in several conflicts, in natural disasters, in latest a few years ago, we all remember COVID. The day that it started, we at the corruption branch of the UN, we were from very first days together with colleagues with UNDP, Anga remembers, we were all saying, Lord, you have to be careful, corruption will follow, and it did in so many cases. And it resulted actually in a lot of movement also around corruption in emergencies, basically how to respond to that. We had actually, it became the agenda for the Conference of State Parties to the UN Convention Against Corruption, and we developed a set of guidelines, we meaning the countries around the world, agreed on a set of guidelines, which basically means, like other scenarios, you have to be ready. Natural disasters, conflicts, all of these scenarios happen, and you have to be ready on how to respond not only to the disaster, but also to the corruption that can accompany it, because that could only reinforce the disaster and take away the resources that are needed for responding to it, and so on, because there is usually big flow of money, huge risk, and so on. So there is a lot of work that's done. I think it's important for countries to pick up that and really build it into their programs the same way that they have prepared a program, kind of disaster reduction, risk management systems, and so on, include in that corruption management part of it in it. So that's definitely relevant. On the first question, if I may, I think that's I think it's very difficult to have one line or 1 minute response, obviously, and for a whole region. I think there are several questions to be looked at. What's the current landscape? What is the current institutional culture? And what would be the best way of transforming it into a more efficient kind of anti-corruption system? Because countries, of course, they have different models, whether there's anti-corruption agencies, whether they need it or not in the first place, or whether those functions can be performed by others, whether you want to have prevention and law enforcement combined or not. All of this is so context specific that I think it's impossible to respond. And I think the issue is really to choose a solution that, I'm sounding terribly cliche, but that is context specific. And that's a much longer, of course, conversation to be had. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kaufman. He's not ready. So, yeah. if you can address the Colombia situation and perhaps give some wise advice.
Well, not to complement what you just said, in emergency situations, safeguards are challenged, and there are many additional opportunities of corruption, which are taking advantage much more quickly than the anti-corruption crusaders and workers can do. So obviously, but they say there are all kinds of methods and literature and initiatives of how to deal with anti-corruption in emergency situations, humanitarian aid, and after earthquakes and so on. In the World Bank and UN or UNDP, there's a lot of experience on that can be drawn from those, because it's absolutely important to do that. It's very important, and it's very difficult, but it's very important also to consider that the human toll of these natural disasters is a misnomer to think that it's because of the natural disaster alone. A same magnitude earthquake in Chile doesn't kill anybody nowadays. Absolutely nobody, 7.3 to 7.6. It takes a magnitude of 8.5 to 9, which is about 100 times more. And these data, I have written about that, the relationship between governance, corruption, anti-corruption, and what happens. And that's why in Haiti, it killed 200,000, in Venezuela again. So they have to be lessons also. And because the building codes and the corruption that goes at the same, there's experience of Turkey and all that, okay? So that's on that. Now, on your question, very frankly, it's very difficult in Latin America to find great examples, so we can discuss later, because the better examples on how this has been dealt with in Latin America, which is Uruguay, Chile, and Costa Rica, basically have not relied on a model with a dedicated anti-corruption agency, but they have embedded this function within other institutional, legal, and prosecutorial organisms of government. So anti-corruption agencies, in principle, can fulfill an extremely important function, but it doesn't always have to be a standalone one. That's why there are only 100 and not 200 in the world. And so on. So consider that. But finally, if you want to look at great case studies of anti-corruption agencies, in addition to some that are represented here, and I'm sure you have networked with some here, but in other parts of the world, is experience, of course, of the Hong Kong in the past. Okay, so how that was incepted, because that was without political interference in the past, so the Hong Kong Anti-Corruption Commission, and the other one, also until recently, unfortunately, there's been political interference, is KPK in Indonesia.
김 기사 선생님께 오늘 이제 여러 토론을
Now to
듣고 또 발표
Kim,
들으시면서
Mr. Kim.
한국에서
Yeah, so you were listening to everyone
어떤
speaking,
그
and so
레슨이나 또
can you talk about some
우리가
lessons
가졌던
for
도전과 그걸
Korea,
이제 극복했던 거나 그래서
lessons
좀
learned by
마무리
Korea, or some of the challenges that Korea was able to overcome? Can you share Korea's experience? Yes, I'm the last to speak, and so I'm in a difficult position as the last speaker, but nevertheless, based on my understanding, I think that if we look at the Western world from the perspective of Korea, an Asian country, countries in Europe or in the United States, as they modernized and also they had democratization, they were able to build up integrity over a course of about 200 or 300 years. But in the case of Korea, our anti-corruption policy was established, but if you compare our situation with Western countries, I think that we were a late starter. And I think that, however, there was little for us to reference from these countries. And so, for example, the whistleblower protection system, it already existed in the US and the UK, so that was something that we referenced. But when it comes to integrity assessment, for example, well, the colleagues, our predecessors working in anti-corruption, continue to advance the anti-corruption systems and policies and tools that existed. So at the national level, I think that there has to be a commitment and interest at the national level for anti-corruption. That was a case of Korea. ACRC was established, and ACRC, with that commitment, was able to develop the tools and the policies. So the ACRC and the Korean government is very committed to international cooperation when it comes to anti-corruption efforts. When the institutions are implemented, there has to be tangible results, but it takes time to achieve such tangible results. As we heard from the UNDP side, well, just because you have the system for whistleblower protection, it doesn't mean that the protection is very effective. In Korea, we have around 1,600 laws authorized by the National Assembly. And the ACRC's whistleblower protection system only applies to whistleblowers for violations of only 498 laws. So the other laws, even if there are reporting of violations of the other laws, these people cannot be protected. So it takes time to get rid of what is not protected within the boundaries of the institution. Nevertheless, we will have to improve that part. And it's also important to provide the accurate information to the people, whether they will be protected. If they report a violation of a certain law, they have to know whether that falls under the realm of the protection system or not. And also I think that there is a need for cultural change within organizations and also our society, but for that we also need time. We need patience, and with patience we have to continuously move forward for advancement.
Now it's time to conclude. The organizers gave me a tall order of coming up with 4 or 5 forward-looking recommendations, future plans, and commitment for follow-up action. I can't do that. What I'll say is, my impression, what I learned today is anti-corruption, it starts from changing the law and then changing the institution and changing the culture of people involved and an active participation of all citizens in the process. The second theme that came forward very clearly is about data and evidence. Unless we have good data, disaggregated data, not whole world average, that's doesn't help us very much. So disaggregated data and evidence. And finally, through such forums as this very meaningful cooperation between UNDP Seoul and ACRC, through these international forums, through these networks, we will continue this noble fight, struggle, challenge. So please help me welcome a big round of applause, not welcome, we're going to finish, our panelists and you, the audience, and a special gratitude to ACRC and UNDP for their support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have now completed the session 5, and I'd like to express our deepest gratitude to our moderator and distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable insights. Please give them another big round of applause. Thank you very much. You can go down the stage carefully. And also our sincere thanks go to all the participants for your kind attention and questions. We will proceed to the closing session after a short break, where we will reflect on the key messages emerging from the forum and present a summary of the discussions, including the outcomes of session 5. So please enjoy the break, and we will resume for the final session for today's forum soon. Thank you for your cooperation. See you soon. To begin, I would like to invite Mr. Young-Tan Kim, Team Lead for Governance and Gender at the UNDP Seoul Policy, for the summary of key achievements from this forum. Please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
All right. We have 30 minutes to prepare, but I have an amazing team, Sumin, Minjae, Yumin. So they managed to summarize everything in 30 minutes. So I'm going to read this. And we even have a nice name for this key message. We call it Seoul Reflections, Guiding Principles for the Next Decade of Integrity Partnerships. Throughout the forum, participants reflected on a decade of partnership, examined emerging governance challenges, and explore practical pathways for strengthening integrity in a rapidly changing world. While context and priorities differ, discussions highlighted several common lessons and forward-looking considerations. The following Seoul reflections seek to capture these shared insights and may inform future cooperation. You can also see the slide. See what an amazing team that they managed to also have a summary slide for this. Knowledge exchange and collective action. Number one, from reform to deep institutionalization across systems and culture. Lasting change happens when integrity is built into institutions, systems, budgets, processes, and organizational culture. Participants highlighted that sustainable progress depends not only on sound laws and policies, but also addressing underlying governance challenges through effective implementation, institutional capacity, adequate resources, and accountability mechanisms that embedded integrity into everyday governance. Number two, learn, adapt, and scale through partnership. Peer learning, SSTC, South-South and triangular cooperation, and practitioner networks remain powerful drivers of innovation, reform, and institutional change. Participants recognize that partnerships create opportunities to exchange practical experiences, adapt solutions to diverse national contexts, and scale successful approaches. Practitioner-to-practitioner learning, knowledge exchange, and SSTC can accelerate progress while strengthening national ownership, institutional resilience, and sustainability. Number three is innovation with trust. I have a camera here, so I need to look at. Digital technologies and AI can effectively strengthen transparency and accountability of governance systems and public service delivery only when trust, people, and integrity are placed at the center by design. This was also highlighted by Honorable Ban Ki-moon yesterday. Participants noted the growing role of digital tools, data analytics, and AI in enabling early warning systems, risk identification, more responsive public services, and evidence-based decision-making. At the same time, they emphasized that digital transformation should be accompanied by safeguards, transparency, interoperability, cybersecurity, human oversight, and appropriate legal and institutional frameworks. As technologies evolve, accountability, explainability, and public trust must remain at the center of digital governance. Number four, building integrity ecosystems for inclusive growth. Integrity is a shared responsibility. Effective anti-corruption efforts require collective action among governments, civil society, the private sector, academia, and citizens, while promoting inclusive participation and leadership. Participants also underscore that integrity is increasingly recognized not only as a governance objective, but also a driver of competitiveness, resilience, and sustainable growth. Building integrity ecosystems require collective action, meaningful citizen participation, responsible business conduct, effective tools and guidances, scale through strong partnerships that support businesses to adapt and sustain higher standards of transparency and accountability. Number 5, strengthen partnerships for sustainable impact. Partnerships remain essential for translating knowledge, innovation, and experience into lasting institutional change. They enable countries to adapt solutions to local context, scale approaches, and respond to evolving governance challenges. Participants underscore the value of continued collaboration through the UNDP-ACRC partnership and broader international cooperation, including peer learning, SSTC, and knowledge exchange platforms to support locally led reforms, strengthen integrity ecosystems, and advance integrity as a foundation for sustainable development, resilience, and public trust. Last but not least, we have number 6, shaping the next decade of integrity partnerships, which is more particular to UNDP-ACRC partnership. Future integrity partnerships will need to move beyond responding to current challenges towards anticipating emerging risks and opportunities. Participants highlighted the importance of long-term partnerships that foster experimentation, innovation, peer learning, and adaptive approaches. Building on a decade of cooperation, the UNDP-ACRC partnership can continue supporting countries in addressing evolving integrity risks associated with technology transformation, changing governance landscapes, and increasingly interconnected global challenges, while promoting solutions tailored to diverse national contexts. Together, these messages reaffirm that integrity is not a destination, but a continuous process of institutional strengthening, innovation, learning, and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful summary. And next, I'd like to invite one of our distinguished guests up to the stage for the closing remarks. Now we'll have the closing remarks. To officially conclude this forum, I'd like to invite Ms. Ann Eupner, Director of the UNDP Seoul Policy Center, to the stage to deliver her closing remarks. Please join me in welcoming her with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure why I'm giving closing remarks after Yang Chan presented so ably this summary. Before I start, I would just like to ask to also recognize the rest of the team. So can I please ask Sumin, Minjae, everybody else to please shortly stand up and just to say thank you. All right. Vice Chairperson Lee, distinguished guests, excellencies, colleagues, partners, and friends. As we come to close this forum, I would like to express once again my sincere appreciation to ACRC, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, our partner institutions, UNDP colleagues, speakers, moderators, and participants for your valuable contributions over the past 2 days. The forum was convened to reflect on a decade of partnership between ACRC and UNDP. Yet our discussions have shown that this forum has been about so much more than looking back. It has been an opportunity to consider how integrity must evolve to meet the challenges and opportunities of the rapidly changing world that we are all living in. Throughout our discussions, 4 messages have emerged. I know, Yang Chan, you mentioned 6 areas, but let me just stick humbly to 4. First, integrity is ultimately measured not by commitments alone, but by implementation. And I think throughout the last 2 days, we have heard that from everyone that we have worked with.
Across different countries and contexts, we have heard how meaningful progress occurs when principles are translated into institutions, systems, and everyday practice. Second, integrity is not the responsibility of a single institution. And particularly the last panel emphasized that our focus needs to be on the wider ecosystem that supports and embeds institutions. Building transparent, accountable, and inclusive societies, therefore, requires contributions from government, oversight institutions, civil society, the private sector, and citizens alike. Third, technology is creating unprecedented opportunities to strengthen governance. And that also includes the power of data and what evidence and data it can help us to generate. From digital accountability tools to artificial intelligence, innovation can help improve transparency, responsiveness, and public service delivery. At the same time, our discussions have reminded us that technological advances also bring new risks, including misinformation, bias, and threats to privacy and public trust, plus an unprecedented concentration of wealth in the hands of a very few. Innovation must therefore be accompanied by appropriate safeguards, accountability, and human-centered approaches. And fourth, partnerships remain one of our most powerful tools for advancing sustainable change. And the experiences shared during this forum have reaffirmed the value of peer learning, mutual exchange, South-South and triangular cooperation. They have demonstrated that countries do not advance by working in isolation, but by learning from one another and adopting lessons to their own realities. And sharing those lessons, I would say that we all agree to get better in effectively sharing them. For USPC, these lessons will help shape the next chapter of our SDG partnership program. As governance challenges continue to evolve, we remain committed to strengthening the program as a platform for collaboration, knowledge exchange, proactive learning, and practical solutions that respond to countries' priorities and needs. The next chapter of our SDG partnership program will not be defined by the tools we share, but by the partnerships we continue to build and the impact we will achieve together. The discussions over the past 2 days have reinforced what integrity can make possible. Let us carry forward these lessons as we continue working together to strengthen institutions and the wider environment, build trust, and advance sustainable development. Now let me just say again that I have been deeply, deeply inspired by the discussions, by the panel discussions, but also by the conversations we have had together over coffee, over lunch. And I really, really want to pick up on one of the themes from the last panel that said, let's continue working. Let's continue working together. And so I really want to say again, with big thanks to all of you for your participation, your partnership, and your commitment. And we all very much look forward to continuing this journey together. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you, Director Ann Yufner, for your insightful closing remarks. He just reiterated the importance of integrity and continued efforts of related professionals here in this venue. Thank you, and we'll hear the last closing remarks from our distinguished guest. I'd like to invite Mr. Lee Myung-soon, Vice Chairperson of the ACRC, up to the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Distinguished participants, all of you have demonstrated strong solidarity to advancing integrity throughout the forum yesterday and today. Good afternoon. My name is Lee Myung-sun. I'm Vice Chairman of ACRC. For the past 2 days, we have had this International Anti-Corruption Forum. Now it is time to conclude this forum. We all came from different realities, but we came together under the same value of integrity to share experiences, ask questions, and think about common answers together. It was indeed a very meaningful occasion. We discussed the experiences and lessons learned from the SDG partnership, and we also discussed how reforming the legal frameworks have led to change on all fronts. We also discussed transparent and accountable governance in the face of digital transformation, and we explored the potential of an inclusive integrity ecosystem. Although our conditions and circumstances are different, I was able to see that we had walked fiercely towards the same direction. What those steps left us with went beyond a mere list of achievements. It was the insights pointing towards the future that we would like to move forward together. The first insight is that an anti-corruption system takes strong roots only when it is organically established in a country's administrative context. Vietnam, Uzbekistan, Malaysia, Algeria, Montenegro, and Sri Lanka have successfully implemented Korea's comprehensive integrity assessment model to suit their own environments and contexts. Vietnam revised its anti-corruption laws, and Algeria and Sri Lanka prepared national anti-corruption strategies. As you can see from these examples, each partner country has laid a legal foundation for the continuation and expansion of the system. The second insight is that the combination of a transparent system and innovative technology serves as a catalyst for change in citizens. Colombia is proactively capturing corruption factors through a digital system based on Korea's corruption impact assessment. Mongolia, Kosovo, and Uzbekistan have shown that when institutional reforms and digital platforms work together, citizens themselves become powerful agents of anti-corruption. Furthermore, Uzbekistan's accumulated experience in building digital platforms is now becoming the first step for new countries, including Tajikistan. That first step will soon become the starting point for other countries as well. Furthermore, what made the significance of this forum shine even brighter was not merely the tangible achievements of the SDG partnership or the sharing of knowledge regarding global challenges, but rather the very fact that all of you and your colleagues are here together. Even in the face of serious corruption, each and every one of you speak of fairness, but does not fall into principles, and practices integrity but does not flaunt it, and silently upholds justice in your respective places. All of you are the true protagonists of this forum. What we confirmed in each other is that we have our firm belief in eradicating corruption. Together, we are already proving that our belief becomes a system, and that system ultimately changes reality. Dear colleagues and partners, sometimes when the path to eradicating corruption seems too far or too difficult, please recall this memory of the solid solidarity that we have built together over the past 10 years. We are already on the right path. And I sincerely hope that the wisdom and solidarity that we share today will lead to bolder action and deeper cooperation among us around the world. And on the day we realize that each and every one of our small efforts was a decisive factor in creating a society of integrity, then you will be able to remember this very place. And I hope that we can all become the strongest protection and shield that will guard the global integrity ecosystem. I'd like to once again express my deep gratitude to all of the distinguished participants from home and abroad who have participated in this forum with passion and dedication. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chairperson Lee, for your inspiring remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another big round of applause to Mr. Youngshan Kim and our distinguished guests for their remarks. Now, this marks the end of the two-day journey of the Korea UNDP International Anti-Corruption Forum. We sincerely hope that diverse discussions and collaborative efforts during this forum will lay a valuable foundation for a transparent and fair society. Once again, we express our deepest gratitude to everyone who joined us in person and online. And we look forward to continued and close cooperation between Korea, UNDP, and all participating nations. I wish all of you a safe journey back home, and we look forward to seeing you again in the future. Thank you very much.